Oh, I think you might be on mute, mate. I think you're on mute, Shadow. There you go. Can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You were on mute.
Yeah, but the clip doesn't play. I need to check that out. Where is that? Oh, man.
I think it played at my end. I seen the intro come up, but then when you came up, you were on mute for some reason.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think it played.
Yeah.
I don't know. The guys in the comments will probably tell us.
Yeah, for me, it's black here, so I need to check. No. It's black for me here. I can't see anything, but okay. It is what it is.
Technology.
Yeah. It says your browser failed to play the video clip.
Oh, that's strange.
Yeah.
I think it still went out though. I think it did post. I'm not sure. Did for me anyway. I heard the theme music.
Yeah. I didn't hear it at all. So if I jump out and come back, it might help. So
yeah,
I try.
Yeah.
I'll be back in 2 seconds or 3, maybe. I'll be back.
He really loves that intro.
There we go.
You're back.
Yeah, that helped. Let's see. You popped in there. Good to see you again, Alan.
Yeah, you too, mate. You too.
Earlier, I should say. And Mark, Magic Acres, he was here a little bit earlier too, but he pops in probably. And then we have Alfa Romeo 09er on your side, I believe. And Vanessa Kitty. And Teresa Buchanan. Good to see you again, ma'am. And CR popped in again. I sent him the link, by the way. Wiccan Ways, your side again. Guess Mad Kilt on your side.
See, Mike says he'll be on in about an hour or so.
Yeah. Troy Sutton, good to see you again, brother. And Grumpy in the house too. Good to see you too. And UK Urban Prepper, Mike. Oh, and we have Mark on.
Hey, man.
Good to see you.
Hey. Just got out of the shower.
UK Mike is on your side, I believe. I don't know, but and Bob in the house, and Diana. Good to see you. Geez, people pop in and yeah, Mike is in the house on my side this time. Yeah, and the Budfly is in the house. Good to see you. Well, guys, I took your choice, Mark, for the topic.
I saw that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear loud and clear.
Now you can. My headphones are doing good. The microphone that swings up and down was going the opposite direction.
Okay.
It's all good.
So today's topic, guys, is the Zero Waste Life Challenge. What can we save today? That's
Everything.
the topic for today.
Well, except for like real trash.
Yeah, real trash. Yeah, that you can't use. That is trash, basically. But other things that you can use and people see as trash, well, you can recycle it and use it again.
Unless it's even food waste and some paper. Just ask Bob. You can recycle pretty much any kind of food waste. And yes, that includes bones and everything else. Even though they'll tell you, you can't put bones in your mulch pile, because your compost pile, because you're going to get rats. Well, if you live next to a stream, you might get rats. I bury mine in the garden. I'd never see anything but bugs in there eating the bones up.
Yeah. That's the thing about waste, eh? It's waste really just reduces survival time. And, you know, the less waste you have, the more time you get, and you're buying yourself time. Same as efficiency, you know, that's efficiency extends capability without adding resources. So if you can really squeeze the efficiency out of something, you know, you'll get a lot more out of it without having to have an excess of resource. So we'll cover. I imagine we'll probably cover everything, but just off the top of my head, I'm thinking, you know, energy, food, water, gear, equipment, systems thinking, your mindset, all sorts of stuff. You know, the list is endless because we live in a very wasteful society.
You know what I think the biggest wastefulness is out there? Our time.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Tell me about it. I've been doing 12-hour shifts for a company, you know,
well, aside from working for a living, I get that, but
yeah,
the rest of the time it's like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm scrolling through Facebook Shorts for 6 hours straight. Well, what'd you get done? Well, I learned a lot. What'd you learn? I don't know. You didn't learn anything. You learned that the system can control you by giving you little short bits of epinephrine or dopamine or whatever to go to your head to make you think you're happy.
Hey, Iron Fire Horse, good to see you again, man.
The old doom scrolling.
Yep.
One of the best life hacks I ever had was cutting myself loose of most social media. You know, from a social media point of view, the only thing I really spend any time on is YouTube. And all I'm doing is I watch specific videos usually that are a genuine interest to me, and you know, stuff that I post. Other than that, Facebook, nope. Twitter, nope.
Hey, Katie.
I got off Facebook 6 years ago.
Yeah, it was
I still have it. I still have it as an app on one of my iPads because it actually takes up space on your phone and all that stuff. But the only thing I use on there is Marketplace.
Yeah,
and I only use that when I'm really looking for something. I'll turn it on and fire it up and say, "Oh, you need to update." Of course I do. I haven't been on Facebook in 8 months.
Yeah. I mean, I've got a page for, you know, that's linked to my YouTube for Facebook and Twitter and Instagram as well, I think. But I don't actually use any of those. Like anybody who's tried to contact me on one of those platforms, the chances of me seeing it are very, very slight. I would say that.
Yeah, I don't even respond. I mean, 90% of the friends on there, or my quote Facebook friends, I don't talk to on the phone ever. The rest of them, I got their phone number. We talk.
Yeah, well, that's the strange thing about social media, eh? I think I've got like 300 friends on Facebook. I don't know 300 people.
No, you know, about 20 of them, maybe family and stuff like that, which is on mine.
Yeah.
Welcome back from across the pond, buddy.
That looked amazing, mate. I was checking out some of the stuff you were posting.
Oh yeah. Beautiful country.
Yeah, that's fast becoming my retirement plan. Something along those lines, in that direction, anyway.
You better go before they run out of jet fuel.
Yeah.
I was worried about that for you, Bob, because I kept hearing Philippines, they're knocking flights back. All these flights are getting knocked back because they don't. It's too expensive.
Oh, dude. Yeah, I don't know. I the Philippines gets its fuel from the crude oil comes out of Alaska. It gets sent over to Japan, and it gets processed into fuel in Japan, and then shipped over the Philippines. And also, there's a little little place called Indonesia or Brunei Shell Oil Company. You know, I got a photograph on my phone of an oil tanker sailing right past the Philippines. So a lot of this stuff, guys, is, in my opinion,
news bullshit.
Yeah, exactly, man. They're just oh, we'll use any reason to double the price.
Oh yeah, look at the States. I thought we were sorry, we're going off topic. Look at that first 10 minutes, we're already off topic. But yeah, we were supposed to be self-sufficient or energy independent.
Yeah.
But our prices are going up too. Why? Oh, that's right, because the big oil companies are the ones that are making the prices, not the government or whatever. And I'm like, well, we can sell it overseas for twice the price, so we're going to raise our prices here too. It's like, why? Oh yeah,
knuckleheads
making money.
Well, the home heating oil, which is very popular in rural parts of Scotland and Ireland, literally doubled and trebled in price overnight the day the Iran war started. And of course, the fuel wasn't. It was already here. You know, why would it have to treble in price? You know, so
I do understand that. My dad did own a gas station, and I understood this a long time ago that, okay, he paid $1 a gallon, say, to put fuel in the tanks in the ground. And so he had to pay for that up front. But then he would get wind that the price is going up for the next load. So he wouldn't have enough profit left over from the $1 a gallon to buy the $1.50 a gallon. So he had to raise his prices early. And unfortunately, he raised the price early. So did everybody else. Yes, that load came in. Say the next load went back down to $1. He had to continue at the higher price to make up for what he lost during the $1 a gallon phase the first. So it is a logistical nightmare to run a fueling station to try to keep up with what you're going to pay the next load and try to make up the difference beforehand so you don't wind up in the red. And we were in the red a lot. I mean, my dad's, most of his money came from mechanical work. So he did what he could with the fuel, but that still caught us off guard a lot. But that's unfortunate. That's how it works. But that is how it works. That's just the way it is. So I get it, why they raise prices ahead of time. Yeah, the fuel's in the ground. Okay, I get it, but they got to pay for the next batch.
Yeah, they're never in any rush to lower it though.
Oh no, that's the thing. It's like, oh, they brought it up. They're willing to pay that much. Screw it, leave it there. You know, that's what. Yeah, that and taxes for the states over here. Every state has their own fuel tax. I calculated Maryland's tax last week or week before. How much? Basically, it's easy to find. How much? What do they charge per gallon in fuel tax here? I think it was like 17 cents a gallon. And you just look up the other thing. How many gallons of fuel do we sell in the States? It was in the millions. Literally, it was billions of dollars of like $2 billion just in fuel tax. Well, why do my roads look like shit? I thought that's what it was for, but it's not. It's for profit. It's for the government, but whatever. I digress. Back to okay, I caught myself and I have to put myself back on topic. The first.
Zero waste, good topic. Yeah.
Oh, as little
the zero waste.
As possible.
What can we save today? Which means recycling, Bob.
Yeah, reclaim, reuse, recycle. That's why I threw that on my tagline there.
You bet.
I mean, the amount of stuff when I go to the dump, and I take legitimate stuff that is absolutely unusable crap, you know. And when I go there, though, I see things like bed frames, and I cringe because every bed you buy comes with a free bed frame. I'm like, do you know how much angle iron? I don't care about the little holes, and I'll sometimes pick them up. I get in trouble for it. We're not supposed to take things out of the dump. They're like, you can't take that. I'm like, dude, it's a piece of steel. I'm going to use it. Trust me, you'll get it back in something else. Oh, okay. But they don't want you taking it out. But I take it out anyway. I don't care. It's something I can use. I'll cut it up into usable lengths and stack it up. So when I need to do a project that needs angle iron, I got angle iron. It's painted already, so who cares?
Done that 1,000,000 times, man. The bed frame steel is a far different grade of steel than like mild steel you buy for welding projects.
Oh yeah,
bed frame steel is tough stuff.
Yeah,
it's very strong.
You can put 800 pounds on that thing and it doesn't bend, so it's got to be something
easy.
Good.
Yeah, and here says repurpose.
Yeah, always. I see things that my company throws out. I'm like, oh no. If nothing else, I'll take it down to the recycling center and get a few bucks for it. They just throw it in the trash. They clean out a storage unit everybody's been using for 10 years. And like, oh, we can't afford it anymore. Just take out what you need, and we'll throw the rest out. And I see nothing but stainless steel going in a dumpster. I'm like, oh, no, 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 no. I run home, get my trailer. Now I'm going to the dumpster and sorting everything out and put it in my trailer. I get like a couple $100 out of it.
Yeah.
For my trouble. They're going to throw it out. I'll take money.
Stainless steel is quite expensive too.
Oh, yeah. And the large flat pieces, oh, no, they go home. I keep those.
Oh, yeah.
The amount of waste in companies is incredible. Even,
oh, yeah.
I mean, I work in logistics, transport, shipping, that kind of thing. And we have these wide loads come in. And, the loads are, there's chains and straps holding the loads down. Once they take the chains and straps off, the company who's brung it, they don't want that stuff anymore because it was included in the price. And because it's been used,
straps?
Yeah. And because it's been used just once, they don't use it again.
They can't guarantee its strength anymore.
So they just throw it in a big skip. And the chains cost hundreds of pounds, and the straps are good quality straps, because they're
those are those like what are they, like 30 centimeter wide straps, 30 centimeter. They're wide. Yeah, I've seen them laying on the side of the highway all the time. I'll stop and pick them up.
Yeah, really good ratchet straps as well. I mean, because there's a lot of like Tesla batteries and wind farm type stuff gets moved around in my work, and so it's heavy loads. So it's using some pretty serious gear. But it always amazes me just how they just chuck the stuff in the skip. And I always think, surely you could just sell that. And they're like, well, no, not really, because it's one of those things where the integrity of it can't be guaranteed after just one use. So it's like, that can't be true.
Yeah, you know what? I would be loading all the chains up, throwing in my truck, and going stopping at the local farms. Be like, you need chain? Yeah, they don't. I mean, they know they're not going to overload it, and if they do, they'll throw 2 chains on there, and if it breaks, they duck.
Yeah,
and redo the chain and put an extra one on there. So those chains could probably sell to just farmers and just general people that use chain, not every day, but yeah, I'd take a ton of it because I got my farm and a tractor. I had to buy chains. I use them all the time for pulling myself out of a low spot.
Yeah, and as ER says, copper is valuable.
Yeah.
Actually, the copper price for today is $5.87.
That's on your side, right? In Sweden?
No, this is in US dollar.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's for good copper. That's to buy it.
The copper price has gone up 1.80% today.
Let me see. Because I have my local place that I take my stuff to. What do they got for copper on here? Is copper number 1 copper, like your pipes and stuff, is like $4.50 a pound. That's what they buy it for, and that's for like unused plumbing supply copper. And then number 1 is like it was used, but all your solder's off it. That's $4.40, and then number 2 is dirty, $4.30, and then crappy stuff is like it's still above $4. Back when it hit $3, like 7 years ago, I mean, people were breaking into houses and stealing the pipes. That's what was going on over here because they just wanted the money. Yeah. Now it's up so high and nobody's even talking about it.
Yeah, just check out some videos about urban exploration.
Oh
man, so many buildings have been torn apart just to get the copper out of the walls.
Yep.
The wiring.
And you got other ones when they're going to build a new building. They don't strip anything useful out of the house, doors, anything like that for repurposing. No, they just hit it with a friggin' bucket loader or whatever, knock it flat, break it up, and throw it in a dumpster and take it to the landfill. Pipes, electrical wiring, everything. It just goes. It's sad. Wasteful planet we got.
I never used more.
We have become a throwaway society. And I think
we have.
That is really stupid. When I was a kid, a TV lasted for 25, 30, 40 years without any kind of problems.
Yeah. My sister still has my...
And now a TV, you buy it today, and 10 years later, you need to buy another one.
Yeah, because it either doesn't work or it doesn't hook up anymore, all the electronics in there. My sister took my mother's refrigerator that she bought when we moved to Jersey, I think in 70. And my mother replaced it with just a slightly newer one probably in the late 80s, and my sister took it. Her husband used it for a beer fridge out in a garage for like 15 years. They moved again. She still got it. It still works fine. And there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's just a refrigerator. All it is a compressor and a thermostat, a couple of relays. That's it. You can fix it. The new stuff, no, it's got motherboards and computers. When it goes bad, oh, sorry, it's 2 years old. We can't get parts for it anymore. You need a new one. Yeah, we'll give you a $200 rebate on your purchase. And you just take that one, throw it in a scrap bin. They take the Freon out of it, and that's it.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
When I was very, very young, and I'm talking like toddler, one of my first memories actually was knowing that my grandmother's TV was rented. She rented the TV. And I think the fridge freezer was rented as well. She didn't own it. That was just something that she did for a long time. And it was
that way when she wanted the new one came out, she could turn that one back in and rent the next one.
Yeah. I didn't even know.
If it broke, they fixed it for free.
I don't know if that was common everywhere, but at one point TVs were, and white goods could be rented rather than purchased because people believed that was a more efficient way of keeping stuff. And the cost of those things must have been, I'm assuming, more expensive than they are today. But I don't know if that's true. I don't know. Is a TV any cheaper or more expensive than it was back in the day? I know, adjust for inflation and stuff, is it basically the same? If a TV costs, let's say a TV costs $500 in today's money, was it $500 in the 50s and 60s? And their money, I don't know.
Oh yeah, it was a lot of money for TVs and stuff back then. My uncle, if a TV stopped working right, needed tubes. That was back when there were tubes in there. When we cleared his house out, he must have had 20 big TV, the console TVs, the big ones with the wood cabinet on it. He had them downstairs in various states of repair. Most of them worked. He fixed them, and they just sat there. He never turned them back on. But we plugged a couple in. It's like, holy crap, it works. But you can't use it with today's technology. You can, but you can't use it with today's technology. Everybody wants a flat screen, takes up less space, and they do use a lot less energy than new ones. But they go bad, and you need a new one. You look at it wrong, and there's a crack in the screen.
Yeah.
So, and you can't take anything apart anymore. You can't do anything. I mean, my wife, we had a coffee maker, and I forget something broke on it, but it was physically broken, not like it didn't work, but we're just like, yeah, throw it out. I was like, no, I threw it downstairs, and she bought the exact same model, which is fine. And that one worked for a while, and all of a sudden the heater element gave out. I took it apart. I'm like, oh, they didn't solder this one wire on all the way, and it burned out the elements. I went downstairs, ripped the old one apart, put the element in there. We're still using it. That was like 5 years ago. It was an old Mr. Coffee. And she's like, wow, you fixed it? I'm like, yeah. Why am I going to spend $30 on another one or $50 now? So I just fix the old one. But you can't take half this stuff apart anymore. All the plastic is like heat welded together. They use these special screws with like triangular shaped bits, which you can buy them. But you get it apart and you don't even know what to do with it because you don't recognize anything anymore. It's all little mini circuit boards everywhere.
So the question is, what can you do? You reuse a flat screen TV today?
Not much.
What? Not much.
No, the only flat screen you could do anything with was the old rear projection TVs. The big Fresnel lens they used, where it projected from below through a parabolic mirror and came up and hit the screen. Yeah, those things are money. The Fresnel lens, people use those to literally make death lasers. Not they call it that. There's a YouTube video where he mounts it on wood on a frame.
Archimedes death ray.
Yeah, lets the sun hit it, and it beams it down. He can melt a rock with this thing. It's some frightening stuff. You just see sparks flying off a rock. It's like, and that's just in the sun. And I got to find one, but there's not too many rear projections left out there. Most of them, if I find one on Facebook Marketplace, it's like, it's free. Get it out of here. As long as that Fresnel lens isn't broken, I'll take it. I'll recycle the rest and keep the lens. Those are big. Those things are like a meter by, a meter and a half. They're big. And you can cut them in half and do all kinds of fun stuff with those if you want to into that kind of playfulness like I am. And Bob is.
A second, guys.
So what's your idea, Bob, for reusing stuff?
Oh, man.
Everything.
Yeah, almost everything. I've got a serious head cold, so I'm not with it really right now, guys. And I just
Okay.
got a message from overseas just now, so just give me a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, Bob. I know Bob recycles a lot. He'll talk about it. But I don't like to. I mean, my parents grew up in the Great Depression. Not in it, but right after it. So they grew up in an environment where you didn't. I mean, this is why back in the day there were like 4 or 5 old cars in the backyard. Not because they were going to get it running, but because it had other parts on there, like the springs and that. My grandfather would use it to make a wagon for the horse to pull to get stuff out of the field, and wheels and axle, just stuff, bearings and things. I mean, it was like, why is there a junkyard there? It's like, it's not a junkyard, it's my parts store. I don't go to the hardware store. I find something that I can make work and make it work. Not go buy something specific for that and pay money for it, where I could have used a bearing out of that car over there with the race and the wheel, the rotor, and done something with it. That's how the mindset. And I grew up in that mindset with my parents, and my wife hates it because her father did, but her mother didn't. And but I got stuff. I like to say it's my stuff. You throw that one thing away, 2 weeks later, it's like, damn it, I needed that.
Yeah.
There's one thing that I do frequently is I like cooking ware for processing anything, making waxed fire starters, old cooking ware out of secondhand stores, and that's repurposing, because usually it came out of somebody's kitchen who died or whatever, and
it's scratched, it's beat up, it's out there for $1.
Yeah, it's out there for $1 or $2, and go buy it, and I use it for you name it. Anything I want to heat up, throw it right into a piece of used cooking ware. Shit, I make mixing bowls out into flower pots. I mean, you name it, man.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? It's a container. In fact, I made a rice cooker into a flower pot just the other day. I put a video about that.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah. Did you leave the heater hooked up so in the wintertime you can keep the roots warm?
Yeah, right. No, I'll just light my deck on fire and heat it up the fast way.
There you go.
Yeah.
You would think with the cost of everything going up, people would be a bit more cautious about just throwing things away. There's only one thing. Yeah, I mean, there's only one thing I can think of that the cost has genuinely came down with over time, and that is the phone bill. The internet broadband phone bill, because demand is so high. Do you remember it used to be so expensive to connect to the internet?
Oh yeah.
Or even send a text message would cost like 20 pence or something.
Nowadays, your phone bill was like, you get
nothing.
100 free minutes a month. Anything over that was like ridiculous.
Oh
yeah.
Killer.
I mean, but because of demand and competition and the free market, it became so efficient with that. The
technology makes it so it really doesn't cost them much.
Yeah, because they don't care about how many text messages you send now. They just want you to be on their tariff. They want you to be using their product all of the time. So I mean, it was always a bit of a scam anyway. You could send one text message or 100 text messages. It doesn't cost the phone company anymore. It's just electricity or whatever. But it's the only thing I can think of. Everything else, to my mind, seems to have kind of went up in price, and yet we're more wasteful. I think it's definitely a generational thing, but I think the generation now, and possibly my generation as well, haven't got it as good as the previous generation. Definitely when it comes to socioeconomic stuff, it's far more expensive now for people of my generation to get on the housing ladder or go to university or something like that. That might not be the case for all you. I know you guys are in other countries, so I don't know if that's the case there as well, but that's definitely the case here in the UK. Once upon a time, it used to be free to go to university across the board. Now it's not really. It was very easy to get on the housing ladder and raise a family in like a 3-bedroom house on one salary. Back in the day.
Yeah, now you can't.
Now you can't. Now rent costs almost 50% of your income. Yeah, and
that's not a matter of the prices went up. That's a matter of the value of our fiat currency went down. I know you know that.
Yeah.
So we're not going to get into that whole rabbit hole right now. I could go all day on that one, but I won't. But I even have my neighbors some of them, and friends. They'll send me a text page picture. They'll be like, "Hey, do you want this?" I'm looking. I'm like, don't think I could ever find a use for anything on that. But I'll take the alternator off that motor, and the bracket and the belt. Really? I'm like, yep, okay. You know, they're getting rid of engine parts, take it to the junkyard and that. And I'm like, yeah, let me have this, and this. Okay, they'll unbolt it for me, and I just pick it up next time I'm over there. So I got alternators. They work. I can rewire them and use it if I want to make some kind of off-grid generator or that. I got a couple of them. Plus, I have spares for my cars.
Yeah.
But everybody just runs to the parts store. You can't make your own brake pads, but you can definitely go to the junkyard and find your model car. That's the only problem with cars. Everything is different now, and they do it on purpose. Back in the day, I remember certain front brake pads off a Dodge, the Ford, and one of the Chryslers. They were all the same. They just used off the shelf parts and built the stuff, and it made them cheap. But then, we can't do that anymore. We have to make our own. So you have to buy ours, not from, with whatever company makes the brake pads. And so you're going to buy our special ones now. And that's what they did. So you can't, you might get lucky and be able to grind a little metal off of it, but you're not going to use brake pads from any other model on your model, period. Yep. You just can't.
Yeah, here's something that I still do, or I'm modifying these. These are some of my waxed fire starters.
Yeah.
And these dual purpose, because this was folded up some documents that had our name on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm not throwing out my name and address and all of our personal information out into the trash. It gets reused into this kind of a thing.
What are those popsicle sticks or just pieces of
popsicle sticks? Yep.
Yeah,
you can buy
soak them in wax.
You can buy a box of like 500 or 1,000 of these nice bone dry
I probably got
popsicle sticks. Yeah, just a few dollars. And then the string, I get it at thrift stores. Wrap it all up, drop it into paraffin wax, and boil it until it stops boiling.
Is that you twine?
Yeah, I've got different types of twine on here, Shadow. It depends upon what batch, because sometimes I can buy little things of cordage in secondhand stores. A big ball of it for nothing. Sometimes it's yarn. Whatever works, but
you use cotton or jute or whatever the other one is. You don't use nylon for a fire starter. That just melts and makes smoke and stinks.
Oh yeah.
Well, I use almost anything, because believe me, guys, once these are burned up, there's nothing left. Mm-hmm. It's gone. Poof. These things burn incredibly hot, but these are made to light up wet wood, like reality, not a little fancy fireplace thing. It's made to throw it on top of a piece of wet wood in the forest, and it'll burn up anything you want it to, man.
Right. Do you use those for a fireplace or something? What is it you use those for? Any
situation. I've got a paint can, a one gallon paint can, and I made it into a stove.
Yeah, I've seen that.
I've got some of these larger ones like this. I keep them this size for anything, and then I'm taking some of the others and reducing the size down a bit. I just run them through the bandsaw after they're waxed together and cut them right into smaller pieces. Yeah, these things work, dude.
That's a good idea.
Work time. Every time they will start a fire.
I do a kind of similar thing, not on quite a grand scale as that. It's in this little tin here. These are my fire starters that I make these when I'm in the woods or whatever, and it's just an easy way of making fire. And basically, what this is it's a cotton disc, a makeup remover disc. Cotton. Used for, and I take those, I lay them out. Yeah. Lots of people. This is not my idea. I just make one because it's just easier and cheaper to do. But yeah, you take the cotton makeup remover disc, you put a little bit of lighter fluid on it, and then basically you dip it in wax. And you do it a couple of times, and then what I do is I put a bit of plastic over the top of that, and then set a heavy book on it just to squash it down. So I can get like a bunch of these,
There you go.
In this little tin. And the great thing about these is when you want to use it, it's just a case of you break it and liberate it a little bit like this. You can get more than one fire out of this. So see, just like a little piece like this, you see this little bit of fluffy sort of cotton wool. That'll just
it opens up too.
It splits it open. It's completely waterproof. You can put the disc completely. You can submerge it in water, and it won't get wet or anything like that. Because when you liberate
in your pocket, if you're in a rainstorm, it's in your pocket. Even if it's not in a metal tin, it'll still light.
Yeah, absolutely. And then when you liberate it like this, it's just a case of sort of putting it on there, and it'll take a spark. I mean, I don't know if I can demonstrate doing that here.
No, don't do it. Don't do it in the house.
But
don't do that. No. We don't want to see your kayak start smoking back there,
burning down the house. But you can buy huge packs of these and make in any supermarket, and then with a couple of
they're cheap. Yeah, a couple bucks for like this giant bag of look like white flat marshmallows.
Yeah, I mean it burns for about 30 seconds to a minute. A little piece like that, so it's not as efficient as like the one Bob has. That's a more substantial for a better fire.
Yeah, if you soak those in wax, I mean, you put the lighter fluid on there first, you just dip it in wax to coat it, so the inside is still just the cotton. Yeah. But if you soaked them in wax and got all the air out and the wax got into it, that thing would probably burn for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah. The reason I don't do that though is because I typically use a ferrocerium rod to start fires. So
you're not going to do that with wax. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to be able to get to the the soft. I want to be able to take a spark. Whereas of course, if you put a lighter to that, it'll burn straight away as well. But I need something that can take a spark. So that's good enough for me. To me, that's like surefire. That's a guaranteed way of getting a fire going without messing around looking for, tinder somewhere in the pouring rain and freezing cold Scottish woodland somewhere.
Yeah. You don't want to mess around with I lost a relative to hypothermia. He died in the woods. He died in the woods. Yeah.
It's very easy to take hold. Yeah. A lot of people don't understand that it doesn't even have to be below freezing for it to happen.
That's right. You could die from hypothermia in the ocean at 75 degrees.
Or even
it just takes long because it just pulls all the body heat out of you, and your body can't. You just can't keep up with it. And first you shiver, and then you don't, and then you die.
I've heard of cases of people elderly falling down in their own back garden or the backyard, and they can't get back up, and they can't get help, and dying, within 50 feet of the back door because they got a broken leg. It happens. It happens here because they're laying out in the rain. And it's only a matter of time. And if you can't move, you're gone. You're a goner.
Yeah, we
pick a lot of the homeless people in this area who die right on the sidewalk from hypothermia.
Yeah, well, they're laying on concrete, and all their thermal energy is just disappearing into the concrete.
Yeah, we had just sort of on that topic as well, that subject several years ago. Actually, it's probably more like 10 years ago now. In the town where I'm from, there was a young boy who went missing. I think he was about 17 years old, and he just disappeared from a night out one night, and he was on CCTV, and they couldn't work out where he was. He was at a bar, he'd had a drink, and they spent weeks looking for this boy. And I came from a town that only had a couple of thousand people at a time, so it was a big deal. It was on the news, and eventually they found his body. And he was on a roundabout, like it had lots of bushes and trees on it. And what had happened was he was drunk. He was trying to walk home, so he crossed the road, and then he took a shortcut through the roundabout to cross the road. And they think he just sat down for some reason, and because he was only wearing a shirt, and it wasn't freezing cold. We're talking, it was maybe 10 degrees Celsius, but then it drops a little bit cooler at night. But because he was intoxicated and he was sitting down, and he's a young man, only 17 years old, he died. He died from exposure in just one night. It took weeks to find him because nobody.
He's in the middle of the roundabout.
He's in the middle of a roundabout. Yeah, it was such an odd place, for them to eventually find. But yeah, I mean, it just goes to show, because I remember at the time people thinking, how did he die of hypothermia? It wasn't snow. I was like, well, it doesn't have to. You don't have to be in the snow. You
just fall asleep because you're drunk and you're cold, and your body just loses all its heat and shuts down. You're done.
Yeah, and he was perfectly fit and healthy. I mean, you're never healthier and fitter than you are pretty much when you're like 17 years old, you know, and the prime
That's
of
a
your
fact.
life.
Yeah, so whatever anybody out there listening, whatever you do to make fire starters for emergency, man, make the highest quality, best, most kick-ass fire starters you can get, that you can make yourself. Because whatever you buy is okay, but if you make it yourself, you can custom make it. Because I lost a relative in the Cascade Mountains. He died of exposure because he didn't have anything. He didn't have anything with him.
Oh, come on, Bob. We know the real story. Bigfoot got him.
That could be. I hope not, but no, they found his body and all that, but you know, still.
I think what triggered me off on this topic tonight was I work from home, but I work at a friend's house from home like 3-4 days a week when my wife's home to give her time, and just to relax and do that, not with me talking in the background on the phones all day. And he has all his recycling stuff out in the garage, and he gets a lot of Amazon stuff or a lot of packaged stuff from the company. And inside all these boxes, they have this brown paper now. Instead of bubble wrap and that, they got this brown paper. Well, most of it's perforated. And I picked one up at home when my wife gets stuff too. I picked one up. I was like, well, hell, why am I finding newspapers and things to start my fires in my cabin and stuff? I just started, I sit out here for an hour. I have piles of this stuff. I just flatten it out and rip it off these little sheets, flatten it with a bunch of books for a while, fold it in half and stick in a shoebox and take it to the cabin. I got a lot of it to take out there. It's just brown paper. Yes, it can be recycled really easy, but it burns really easy, especially if I keep it in the house where it's always dry in there and it dries out real well. Yeah, I just crumple a little bit of that up, throw a couple in the fireplace and or in the wood stove and light it, throw a couple logs on top of it. I'm good to go. And I'll reuse that stuff. And it's just ash. When it's done, that gets sprinkled outside because I don't burn any toxins in there, just wood and the occasional paper.
I'll show you something real quick here, guys. Be right back.
Okay, no problem.
But he got mad at me. Not mad. He comes out in the garage because he was home that day. And he comes out and there I am rooting through his recycle bin. He's like, what are you doing? And he saw this pile of paper on the bed of his pickup truck, which I was sitting out there. And I was like, I'm taking your brown paper that you're going to take to recycle. He's like, why? And then I told him, he's like, oh, that's a good idea for you, but I don't have a fireplace. I'm like, I know. That's why you don't keep it. And he doesn't, he's kind of not wasteful, but he lives for the moment. His refrigerator doesn't really have much in it. I mean, he doesn't have much food laying around and that. And I talk to him, but he's like, nah, just go to the store. I'm like, okay. I don't even argue with him. And he's not going to come running over to my house. One thing I need to relearn how to use for something is all the Mylar bags I have with all my freeze-dried food. I mean, it's Mylar. I'm like, I know it. Like if you put your cell phone in one or two of these bags, it doesn't get signal. I'm like, that's pretty cool. And if I clean them off really well, rip them open end to end, I can like tape them up on the walls of my cabin and make myself RF proof in the cabin with shiny insulation looking back at me so it heats up even quicker. What do you got, Bob?
You're on mute, Bob.
Really easy peasy fire starter. You just take a piece of cardboard and some of these stick matches. I've got a whole box of these strike anywhere stick matches. Just push your stick match in between the slots of the cardboard, just like that.
Oh, the corrugated. There you go.
Yeah. And if you want, I've got some of these already made up. If you want, take this and dip it into wax to make sure that the match stays in place. But it's easy peasy, man. You can hold on to this, strike the match, let it burn for a second, and throw it in your fire, and you're ready to rock, man. Yep.
A million ways to make a fire. Lots of good ideas here.
Yeah.
Reuse cardboard boxes, and I like these strike anywhere kind of matches. These things just kick ass. Yeah.
They're not. I had some that were actually waterproof. I think they just dipped them in a really hot paraffin just to put a super thin coating on it. And the only problem was after like 50, it was a big box. After about 15 or 20 matches striking on the side, the whole whatever that brown stuff is on the side, like sandpaper, it was full of wax. Couldn't light it, couldn't strike a match anymore.
Oh no.
When we made fire starter from egg carton box. We put sawdust in it and a wick, and then we put some wax in it.
I remember making those in Cub Scouts long time ago. Yeah, the cardboard egg cartons. My dad had a wood shop, so we'd get his sawdust, and wood chips were great because the chips would stick out. And that would give you something to light. And you just fill everything up, pour wax all over it until it's well coated, and just cut the egg carton or rip the egg carton apart, and that was you throw them in a Ziploc bag. And yeah, we had those. We always had those in our camper, always.
Yeah, a friend of mine, before he went off the deep end with meth, he made some of those. He would take and break the heads off of these matches and put them in the wax in an egg carton, and they worked real well. But I made mine in a different method, and I said I handed him some, and I said, go home and test it out, film it, post it on your channel, and let's see what results. And his worked it real well, really fast, all that. And then mine had wet wood inside of it. Anyway, the guy just, he lights it up and he's screaming, holy shit, look at that thing go. I better put it out. And he starts stomping on it. And
oh no.
Oh, it got stuck to the bottom of his shoe. He goes, man, that thing's evil. I said, you're not supposed to step on it, dummy.
Nothing like hot melted wax and putting something cold like the sole of your shoe on there while it's still burning.
Yeah. But yeah, fire starters can be made out of anything with dryer lint, cardboard, paper. Especially documents, man. Get rid of don't put your documents in the garbage. Don't do it. Get rid of them in some way so that, the identity thief creeps out there can open up a credit card with just a little bit of your information.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, even if you've got like a little burn bin in your back garden.
That's what I got. I got a barrel back there.
I've got the same thing. Like the way I typically do, I get a letter, I scrunch it up into a ball and then I throw it in a brown paper bag, and I do that until the bag is full, and then I just throw the whole bag in the burn bin, throw a match in. Whole lot,
Yep.
That's what I do. I throw a whole pile. I have a 55-gallon drum, and I load the bottom up with just paper and that, and then the top of it gets all my yard waste and sticks and that, and I leave the lid on it out in the sun for a couple days, let the sticks dry out for like a week. And I have holes in the bottom of it. I just light the paper on fire, and it smokes a little bit at first, but putting the sticks on top of the paper keeps you from getting those little burning parachutes of carbon floating around the air and catching your field on fire. And why not? And that's just mostly paper, and the occasional little plastic window for one of the bills is in there, but that disappears. I'm not worried about that in my garden, but I don't burn a lot of those.
Yeah,
reuse everything you can.
Oh hell yeah!
I started collecting. I always had a grass catcher for my mower, and my neighbor was laughing last week. I'm out there with the grass catcher. I got one of those roll around garden carts. I can put 2 big garbage cans in there, and I was getting like 2 passes out of my front yard. I had to empty the thing out. I filled those both barrels up twice. He's like, "Since when are you saving your grass clippings?" I'm like, "I want it for dirt." He's like, oh, and I take him in the backyard. I got a big piece of chicken wire. I made a big circle out of it, put it in a area of my backyard that doesn't have anything growing there anyway, and just filled it up. Let the air get to it. It already dropped down by like 80% in height. And it gets to there. I throw it in my rotating 55-gallon mulch barrel that spins, and I'll have dirt out of that in about a month. I just dump it in the garden.
Yeah. I hear it's healthier for a lawn to remove the grass clippings anyway, because it allows light to get to the rest of the grass underneath it rather than just letting
it is, but
I suppose it's going to go into the ground anyway.
Yeah, the grass is basically its own nutrients. You just chopped up. Now, depending on your mower, you have a mulching mower that you cut it when you don't wait till it's too long. Those little tiny fine pieces fall down in between there. They just rot and go right back into the dirt and give the grass its own nutrients back. It's like cannibalistic,
I do.
I guess.
That's what I do. I established a good foundation of earthworms in my soil. So I don't pick up the clippings or anything. I just leave it right there. In fact,
Yeah,
it's
I used
not
to do that too, but my grass would get so
run it
long,
over.
it was like a hayfield. I'd have like
Yeah.
like windrows of dead grass dying. I'd have to go out there, run over the second time just to chop it up smaller and spread it out more. I get dead grass and stripes underneath it in my lawn.
Yeah.
Not that I care. I hate grass. I'd rather
Oh,
have gardens.
dude, you should see how healthy my grass is because I do that. I just let it lay there, and if it's big chunks that turn dry, I'll run it over one more time during the week and get. But yeah, that's the best thing to do is let it just lay right there and let the earthworms eat it.
And if you think about it, over and my neighbors' yards, I can tell versus my yard, their yards are actually getting, I don't want to say shorter, but not the grass itself, but there's less and less soil keeps going down.
Yeah.
Mine gets bigger because they keep taking their grass clippings away. So all the nutrients and stuff that came out of the soil are now in the grass, and you're taking the mass away. So, and he's always fighting to try to keep his grass green. I'm like, why don't you just mulch it? Oh no, he's a landscaper. So he's like, oh no. Have to have the perfect yard. He hates my yard because I got dandelions everywhere and all the little things blow over to his yard, and he's fighting those forever. I like them. I like dandelions for the bees.
Yeah. And another thing I was thinking about, if you use snuff, you can reuse these.
Yeah, the cans.
Use those more than once.
Oh, is that cardboard or is that metal? That's cardboard, isn't it?
No, plastic.
Oh, plastic. Well, you can use that too, yeah.
You
Might
can
as well
put
keep it out of the landfill
fire
a little
starters
longer.
in these and put some tape around it.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little box like that would be the perfect size for those little discs that I use. I use the same sort of little cans and things like that. They fit perfectly in them.
Yeah, the best cans are, I mean, if it's metal, great. And because they're a little more durable. And, if you have a chemical in there like your lighter fluid, now it's not going to attack the plastic.
Yeah.
But the Altoids cans and all the little metal cans that you can buy your little candies and stuff in. You use those, or the plastic ones. That's fine. I just wouldn't use Alan's fire starters in a plastic container with the lighter fluid he puts in there, because eventually it'll leach out and probably get the plastic all sticky.
Yeah, and you can actually, when you open my tin, you can actually smell it a little bit. It has got a scent to it. So it's leaching out slightly. I tend to go through them. I make a batch of those every year. That's a winter project for me. So I just fill that little can up whenever I need to. But I get a whole year out of maybe 50 or 60 of them or something like that.
Here's something I made a couple of videos years ago about trail markers because I had a relative who died in the woods, and so I made a small backpack that I took in the forest with me everywhere I went. In the car, sometimes I threw it on my back. What I did was I went to thrift stores and found an orange pillowcase, and cut it into strips. Then made it so you can tie it onto trees as you walk.
Yeah.
But I found something that's more efficient. Is what do you call it? Surveyor's tape.
Oh, the roll of the plastic marker tape? Yeah.
Yep. Okay, there you go. Smart man right there. Smart man. Yep. Heck yeah. That'll save your ass, man. That'll save your ass. Yep.
So it sounds like you actually do pretty much the same as me, Bob, when it comes to... I've got this is my pack. You can call it a bug out bag if you like. It's not really a bug out bag. This is just a pack that I use when I go camping. I've did videos on this whole thing. But basically, this is everything I would need apart from a sleeping system and water and food. I can put some water in these, but for the most part, this is just my pack. But what you're talking about, Bob, with the tape, it's a great idea.
Yeah.
This is a non-adhesive sort of stretchy waterproof tape, and you can use it to blaze a trail or whatever. What where I actually got this idea from was in the military. They call this mine tape. So what they do is they tie little pieces of this onto sticks, and then as they are searching an area for mines, if they identify one, they stick this.
Oh yeah, like
they
a
stick it
little flag.
like a little flag. It's like a little flag.
Yeah.
But it's great for if you get lost as well, because if you've got a tape like this and you say you're walking in the woods and then suddenly you realize, wait a minute, where the hell am I? The best thing to do is to take a piece of this and tie it to a branch at head height so you can see it. And then there's a technique you can use where you basically go forward for a certain distance and then come back and then go in another direction. And eventually you kind of circle your way all the way around until you can pick up your own trail. But you have to know where you're coming back to. And by having something like this, it sometimes gets called blaze tape.
Mm-hmm.
You know you're always coming back to the same spot. Also, you can use it if you are marking a trail into a woodland somewhere. You can, every time you turn a corner, you look behind you, you tie a little piece of this to a tree, and then you carry on. And then when you come back, all you're doing is following your own ID markers all the way back. So it's got lots of uses, actually. Lots of uses. It's a great idea.
One thing they always tell you, you don't want to, you put a marker up and you walk, but you got to keep looking back every few yards or meters to make sure you can still see it. And once you get to a point where you can't see it, backtrack just a little bit so you can see it, put another one. So you can always see one marker from the other, and hopefully it doesn't get, the wind doesn't blow and it wraps up around the tree and you can't see it anymore. But
you can jump from one to one. The old hunter's trick was just to break a branch. You just break a branch, and then you can follow that. But obviously, blaze tape is more reliable and it's easier to see and things like that as well.
What I taught my kids was a piece of that tape on your left shoulder and a piece of that tape on your right shoulder. So you've got two pieces. Leave them about that long so they're kind of swinging in the wind, so you'll find them. But that's what I taught my sons, so that go between the two pieces of tape. Just keep going in between the two pieces. You can't go wrong, But,
as long as you can see one of them, you can walk towards it, and then in between it, look back and see if you can see the other ones. And
look back. There's another one
for a straight line.
Going. And it's plastic, so I didn't leave it hanging in the trees. I was always remove it and on our way back out of the woods, but I used to go exploring with my sons quite a bit.
Well, you were saying you go and buy the pillowcases, and as long as you get cotton ones, or orange or red or white, even some kind of color that's different than the woods you're in, you can leave those on there because they'll just rot off in the sunshine and just biodegrade by themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I started off with, was junk fabric that was red or orange, and cut it into strips. And then one day I got a bright idea. I was like, why am I wasting my time when I can just buy a roll of that tape and I'm good to go?
Right.
But
I was thinking about another thing about tape, reflective tape. You can get them in different colors, red, green, bright red, bright green. So they are useful on the day, but they are also useful at night.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean,
Vanessa says, if you can no longer really legally drive, do you try to recycle bike parts to help build a cargo trailer, etc.? I would do that.
Yeah, if you were, your shopping was close enough that you could do that, if that's what you were generally using it for. It's been a long time, but I have actually seen. I remember seeing an old woman who used to live close to where I live, and she had like a trike that had like a big basket in the back, and she would do her shopping in that. And I tell you what, she must have been in her 80s, and she was powering up a hill, no problem, in this thing with her bag of shopping every week. And I ran into her one time in the supermarket, and I mentioned it to her, and she said she could drive, but she gave it up years ago because her eyesight was failing. And she says, "Oh, I only live 4 miles from the store, so I just got this bike, and it's a good way of me keeping fit." And stuff like that. I thought, that's a good idea.
That's good thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's time to. I still have my 10-speed Schwinn bicycle I bought it new in, I want to say 78 or 79. It was way too big for me then. Now it's perfect. And in terms of height, but I still have it. And I mean, I always kept it in great shape, took it to college with me, probably replaced the axles in it a bunch of times. I don't know how many tires. It needs tires and tubes again, and probably new cables and that. But with the price of gas and that, plus I could probably use the exercise other than cutting the grass. So I might start getting some parts for that thing and get it ready. It's, old school 10-speed with the curly handlebars that go down.
Oh yeah.
And but I mean, I'm not going to go out and spend $800 on some mountain bike looking thing because that's the thing to have. I really don't care as long as it's got 2 wheels and pedals and I can shift the gears. I'm good. I used to drive that. I used to take that thing everywhere. Doesn't bother me.
Yeah, my 10-speed got stolen out of the garage. Yeah, love. Yeah, people are wonderful.
Oh yeah.
I picked berries and stuff like that. Pull weeds, pick berries, cut grass, saved up for that bike.
Yeah, bikes were always hot property. I had a couple of bikes stolen when I was a kid as well, going to school.
Yeah.
It's always a bummer when that happens, and especially if you've got about 4 miles to walk, back home, knowing that you're going to have to tell your mother or whatever, by the way, I've lost another bike.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And yes, I had it locked up, but somebody figured out how to open those barrel locks. I knew how to open those.
Yeah. You used to be able to just pull on it and twist. Until it moved a little bit. And
you can watch each dial move a little bit because the tolerance. Yeah, it's all coming back to me now.
Yeah, I remember that.
We used to take at this pool. I was such a troublemaker. Most kids had the same basic lock, like the same manufacturer. So we would sit on the bike rack and unlock like all these bicycles, and then we would put them all together in one giant long chain. And so one person had to unlock their bike, and everybody's bike was unlocked after that. And we used to watch the girls come out. They'd be like, "What happened? How did this happen?" They'd be crying and screaming, and mom would show up, or dad. They'd bring the cutters and cut her. But yeah, you do dumb things when you're like 14, 15 years old. Good thing there was no internet and cameras back then.
Yeah. Nowadays, you wouldn't be able to get away with anything anymore. I mean,
oh no, they'd just throw your ass in jail. Malicious mischief.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I mean, recycling's definitely high on the list of if you can make use of it, repurpose it as much as possible. There's a thing in survival where you try and get dual uses. You try and get at least 3 uses out of one item. A lot of people kind of go by that mantra. I've always liked that idea, but the one thing I don't like, and this is just my preference, but I've never liked tools that are, apart from a multi-tool, which is obvious, but I don't like tools that have got dual functions. Like, for example, I don't like an axe that's also got a hollow handle that has a knife in it, that also has a compass on it, that also has, I like a tool that's a tool. Give me a proper solid axe, and then give me a proper solid knife, and give me a proper solid compass. Don't try and combine it all into some weird thing.
I have seen those axes with a knife in the handle. Well, if you cut wood with that, you will break that handle at some point.
That's the thing. It gives you're paying for 3 tools, but neither one of them is particularly good. Whereas if you spent more money and got 1 tool, it would be a good tool. So I would rather spend more money and get 3 good tools, rather than 1 bad tool that does 3 things, which that doesn't really do those 3 things well anyway. So that's just my preference. I mean, some people do like those gadgets. They're kind of like a survival gadget, some of these tools. I think maybe the only exception to that is an ice axe. I've seen an ice axe that also has a saw blade in it, but the saw blade is used to cut snow. I can kind of see
ice axes are light, dude. You're not chopping firewood with
exactly. So because the functionality of an ice axe is really just the kind of ones I use are the straight ones, which are just to arrest a fall. You slide down a hill, you use it to arrest your fall. Yeah. But if it also has a saw in it, which you can then use to cut snow to make cubes in order to make a snow cave or something, I can see the point of that, because both of those things are light enough.
They're very. I mean, the ice axes are light because you're carrying. You need to minimize your weight to carry. You just need something you can jam the point in the ground.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
different ice axes for different things. You get ice climbing axes, which are a different tool. The kind I'm talking about are purely for a rest. That's what they call it when you slide down a hill, or to aid you to get up a steep hill.
Yeah. Bob, you got a question from CR.
Oh, sorry.
Bob, can you weld bike parts into a frame and such?
Yeah, as long as it's steel, I can do
Yeah.
it.
I did it.
What about
I made
aluminium?
it.
A lot of things are made of aluminium these days.
Well,
Yeah, that's
I
the,
would.
yeah.
You need a different setup for aluminum. Like the shielding gas for aluminum, you'd want argon gas, and like okay, for welding steel, the wire comes on a big roll about that big, and it goes through the gun and goes onto the area where you're sending the steel, an arc area, But aluminum, it's called a spool gun, a spool of aluminum right next to where it comes out, because you can't push aluminum wire through a long
Flexible
hose
tube.
thing.
Yeah.
Right, because it'll get bent and it'll get jammed up. But it's called a spool gun. The spool's right here, and the wire comes right there. A short travel.
And your electrical wire coming to it also has a tube for your gas.
Yeah, it's got then the shielding gas has to be argon, not CO2 and nitrogen.
You can use, I mean, helium, argon. There's a bunch of the noble gases you can use. It's the cheapest one that you want to use.
Yeah.
No Security Prepper has a question actually for the panel. Actually, what is the best substance that recycle to start a fire and will do it in all weathers?
Free candles from the church or cheap candles or whatever at an estate sale, and any kind of flammable material like paper, wood, popsicle sticks,
anything.
A small trick I use, I don't have it like to hand here because it's actually in my shed, but I've got a small Altoids tin which I've purposely put it together for fire, and it's only for very, very wet climates, so like tropical climates really. And something that I've found is very good to use is if you have a lighter. That is, you'd be amazed that having a lighter isn't the way to get the fire properly going. You need tinder in order to get that going. But a very good tinder is rubber, and you can get this very thin rubber from, say, like a bicycle inner tube. You take a bicycle inner tube and you cut it into thin strips, and then if you take, it doesn't matter if that gets wet, you take the rubber fin and then you light it with a lighter, and it'll burn for ages. And it
stinks,
drips,
but it burns hot.
It stinks. It burns very hot, and you can get even the dampest wood.
I've used duct tape. Just if you have an old roll of duct tape that's like you can barely peel it and all that, do what you can, peel it off. Doesn't matter how it shreds sideways. Just make little balls out of it. And you light duct tape on fire. That stuff it's polymer. It's rubberized.
Yeah,
It'll burn hot as hell, and it's got fibers in there too, so that'll help it keep going a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. There's lots of, I mean, it depends on the environment really when it comes to fire, but I mean, I find the rubber tubing good, but of course you need a lighter in order to be able to do that. You're not going to be able to catch that rubber on fire just with a ferrocerian rod, for example. For that, you would need something like...
You need a lighter.
Yeah, so you need a lighter for that kind of
flame.
Yeah, you need flame. You need flame.
Yeah.
Pretty much any kind of plastic or rubber thin enough will burn. It stinks real bad. It's not that great for your nose or the environment, but if you're desperate, even a plastic bottle you found and the caps off a bottle, the plastic caps on a water bottle or soda bottle, they'll burn. The caps are thicker, but the bottle itself, you need to crumple it up because if it's too thin, it'll just melt. It won't actually catch on fire. And crumple it up real good and light it up. You can get some wood on top of that and get it going. That wouldn't cook your burger on plastic, but just heating water up doesn't matter.
I mean, the thing with fire is it's really just a case of, it's friction, radiation, or chemical. Those are some of the easiest ways of getting fire going. Friction is obviously everything from, you know, rubbing sticks together to some other method. You know, the radiation is like your sunlight. So if you're using things like Fresnel lenses or magnifying glass or something like that to get a fire going, it's a very easy thing to keep a small, good magnifying glass in any kit, and you can use the sun. Even in my country, I can get a fire going with the sun. We don't have a lot of sun here. And chemical, you know, a match is a chemical, you know, that uses friction and a chemical reaction in order to get the fire going. But like somebody mentioned in the comments earlier, you know, there's a bit of a party trick when it comes to survival chemicals, which is using you know, potassium permanganate and glycol, which is the chemical that you find in antifreeze, and you mix them together and you'll get a chemical reaction. It'll burst into flames, quite literally. But you can also use potassium permanganate and sugar and a little bit of friction. It'll also react, and that'll cause a fire as well. And potassium permanganate is actually a very good survival thing to have. It's like for anybody who doesn't know, it's a kind of purple looking powder that you can it's not, you can put it on your hands, it won't do anything to you. It's not particularly dangerous. It's only reacts when you add the other chemical glycol to it. It gets a thermal reaction, but you can dilute it in water and it becomes a very good antibacterial liquid or solution. You can use it to sterilize wounds. You can use it to do things like treat athlete's foot, because it's a good antifungal product to have as well. People used to keep it in their first aid kits for a long time. It's not very common anymore, but you can still buy it. I have no idea how you spell it, so you have to Google it.
You mean potassium permanganate?
Yeah, that's the stuff. Potassium permanganate is how I pronounce it.
You can start a fire with that. If I remember it correctly, you mix that with sugar. You will have a fire with that. If I remember it correctly.
Yeah, you can add sugar, but then apply friction, and it'll thermally react. Glycol, which is the chemical that they use as antifreeze. If you add that to it, it'll bubble and then burst into flames. It's a party trick, really.
Jeez.
You can do it, and people have all these like elaborate methods where I've actually seen like some survival videos where they have like a little tube of, you know, potassium permanganate on one side and then glycol on the other side, and then they break the tubes and mix them together and make a fire. And I'm like, that's a very elaborate way of, you know, just take a lighter.
Yeah, you just don't want that to break in your backpack.
Exactly. Yeah. I think also I remember seeing years ago, I think it was in Australia, but they were deliberately setting a fire out in the bush with an airplane, and the way they were doing it was they were dropping capsules that on impact would burst and then it would cause a fire, and they were using the same method, only they were doing it in such a way that it was like a plastic ball, and when it hit the ground, the potassium permanganate would hit the glycol, and then it would burst into flames, and then they could make fire breaks from the same technique.
Yeah, BLM and Antifa were doing the same thing during the 2020 riots around my house, throwing them out of car windows and all that. Yeah, they're freaking animals.
Yeah, I suppose you can turn it into a weapon as well if you're that.
That's exactly what they were doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess one other thing would be things you're collecting and holding to use, to recycle, upcycle, whatever, reuse. It's a matter of storage too. You know, how much stuff can you afford to just accumulate just in case? Like in my case, I mean, I have sheds and things, and I'm like, yeah, I know what's in there. Don't need it right now, but I don't want to get rid of it, because that's the mindset I grew up with.
I was actually going to ask you, when you were talking about like the way you think when you see something of use and you say, yeah, I'll take that and I'll add it to my inventory, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Do you ever have to? Yeah. Do you ever have to check yourself though? Do you ever have to say, wait a minute, you're just warehousing now? And, you know, I've got a box that says.
I do that. Yep. I actually do that a lot. I mean, I just went up into my father-in-law's house. He passed away, so they called me up and said, hey, do you want anything up here? I'm like, I'll come up. And my wife gives me this dirty look. I'm like, trust me, honey, I know what your dad's got. I don't need much of any of it. And even his tools, they're like, you want any of his tools? I'm sitting there going like, I'd love to have all his tools. I don't need them. Yeah. I have all my own tools. He had a metal lathe up there. I would have loved, they would have given it to me. I got no place for it.
Yeah, I
And that's
suppose
the
that,
problem. It's like I would have taken it, but I just packed myself like a pack rat, and I got so much stuff I can't even walk around the house. I mean, I don't know I'm not like that, but I could see myself becoming that way if I just decided to take anything and everything everybody offered me. It's like, yeah, I'll take that. I can use that someday. You know, the bicycle with the bent frame. Oh, something might be good now. I'll take the whole thing. No, if I don't see myself using any of that for any term, keep it. Take it to the scrapyard. Or it's like, oh yeah, I need that. I need the little hand grip thing for the brakes. I'll just take that. You can scrap the rest because I have a broken one and I need one. Then I'll take it. These days,
Yeah.
like, no, I don't really. I'm done collecting shit. I'm actually starting to minimize out a little bit.
Yeah, I hear you, Mark.
I try to keep my stuff to a minimum as well. I am a little bit, I acquire stuff quite a lot as well. It used to be the case that I used to have like a pack of everything I need to go out and spend a few nights out in the woods or whatever, like a camping pack, and I had all of the gear items that I needed for that job. And then I would update the items at some point. So I would end up with two of basically the same thing, but one was just slightly different from the other thing. And eventually, over a period of years, you end up with like 10 water bottles. And you're like, do I need 10 water bottles now? This is pointless. So what I used to do was I used to build kits. So I had like 8 kits where I could say to a friend, oh, you don't need any gear. I'll give you everything. Here you go. Here's a pack. And it literally had everything he needed in it, to come and spend a couple of nights out in the woods with me. That worked for a while, but then I remember looking at it and saying, I've got too many tarps, I've got too much gear, I've got too much of this. And a few years ago, that's when I decided I was going to start building caches. So I deliberately picked out 6 places I wanted to make a cache, and each one of those sets of gear effectively are now in a cache. So to my mind, I've kind of upcycled it or recycled it as an emergency cache now. If I ever need to go to it, I can go there and there's a whole set of gear ready made. I don't have to carry anything. I could walk out of my house right now in a t-shirt, walk 5 miles, dig up my first cache, and have enough gear there to survive, for a period of time. And I've did that all the way down. That's one way of slowly building yourself an inventory cache just based on old gear. Because if you try and buy all the gear that you need for a cache, and then you do it 6 times, that's super expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Super expensive. But if you're just using old gear, it's fine. I mean, I've got some of the gear that I've got in those caches date back to the 80s. So I've got like old military gear that is from the 80s. Still perfectly good.
Yeah, nothing wrong with it. It's just not as
wrong
light as you want these days to tote around with you.
Yeah, it's heavy. It doesn't feel as good. It's not as comfortable. It looks terrible type thing. But functionality wise, perfectly fine. And I've got no qualms whatsoever putting that into a vacuum bag, putting it in a bucket and burying it somewhere and saying, I'll use that if I ever need it type thing.
Iron Firehorse has a question for you, Alan. What do you put the gear in to bury underground?
I use blue barrels.
Yeah, the 5-gallon buckets, or that's a taller one. That's not a 20 liter. That's like a 50. What is it?
That's a 60.
60 liter. Okay.
So I've got 60s. The 60s are the main ones because my caches last a month. So my caches are designed to be able to survive for a month. So I've got 6 of those. And what I'm looking to do now is get the smaller 20 or 30 liter ones, and then in between the 60s, in between the big ones rather, I'll put smaller items that I need, like a food supply. Or
right. How do you? I don't really care where it is because I'm on the other side of the ocean from you. But you have to dig a deep hole for that. Put it in there. Do you just pile rocks on top of it or something so you know what it looks like?
Yeah. Well, do you know
what it looks like? It looks like everything else in the woods. So it's in an area where there are already rocks.
Yeah.
So nobody really questions it if they walk past it.
Well, see, the thing is, you can make a cache like that in a barrel, and you don't actually have to bury it in the ground. I mean, in theory, you could just keep it in somebody's house and say, "Look, can I keep this barrel in your mother's house under the stairs?" And it's just a place where your gear is all in one place. Of the 6 caches I've got, 4 of them, I think 4 of them are you would consider to be properly buried. I literally spent all day digging a hole as deep as one of those barrels. I left about that much space at the top. I put a tarpaulin over it because that's another item I tend to keep, just a plastic tarpaulin, which has dual use as well. But I put that over the top of that, cover it with soil, cover it with a few rocks. I take a grid reference, an 8-figure grid reference of where that location is, but I know where it is anyway because it's a place I go camping. And it's in a place that a farmer isn't likely to dig it up. A dog isn't likely to dig it up. You know,
Right.
It's you're not going to trip over it. You actually would have to make a bit of effort in order to get to that place, and then you would have to dig down about a foot. And then if you did, you would find a piece of plastic, and you would have to move that out of the way and then dig down a little bit more, and then you would find the lid of my barrel. And then inside the barrel.
So you're the top of your barrel's actually underground, like 30, 40 centimeters.
Yeah, it's not very. The top of it's not very deep. I mean, you could use your hands. You don't need to.
Gotcha.
You can dig down with your hands and then open the lid, and then reach down and basically remove the contents of that barrel.
And leave the barrel in place, just hope it doesn't rain too bad and it floats out of the ground on you.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be careful about where you put them. I check on my barrels every year. They're in places I go camping, and they actually follow a specific route between where I live and my eventual sort of end place, which is 100 miles away. So I've spaced them basically, 20 miles apart from the first one. My first one is only 5 miles from where I live, and it's important to do that because you don't know how you're going to look. If I had to suddenly leave this house for some reason and I'm just in a t-shirt and a pair of flip-flops, I don't want to walk 20 miles to find my cache. I want my cache to be 5 miles away.
Hey, Mike.
Right.
Evening.
Hi, Mark.
Good to see you
What's
again.
up, Mike?
Hello.
Like Vanessa just said, a tool auction company closed. Frequently go and browse the inventory. I used to love going to food service auctions. Restaurants close and that because I'm a junkie for restaurant equipment, and I bought a lot of stuff there. But I bought the box lot of just random stainless pans. Well, I use them. They're stainless. Most of them live outside. I don't care. They're not going to rust ever. And I use them for like my kitchen waste and that. I just leave it out here on the deck and throw a cover over the top of it, keep the bugs from getting too bad. And then I dump it in my mulch pile. But auctions are great. I mean, don't get all caught up in the rhetoric of, the auctioneer, and you're like, oh, I'll spend $3 on this. You wind up spending 20. Don't do that. But auctions are a good place to go to buy random stuff.
I used to get loads of stuff from auctions. There's free online auctions or something it's called in the UK, and it's all different auction houses, and you can register on it and you can bid, and then you go and collect it. I would bid on the mixed household boxes of crap that nobody wanted to sort through.
Yeah, for like
And I've
$1.
had some absolute bargains in that. Yeah, never more than like £3, basically.
Yeah,
And one
and
of
then
them
what
I
you don't
pulled out
want,
now.
you put it back in a box, take it down to Goodwill or the donation store and drop it off, take a tax write-off.
Well, to be honest, I find every single time I've done it, it's paid for itself. The last lot had an Apple mouse in there, still in the packaging, which was like 80 quid. So
Welcome, Abdul.
CEX.
Good
So
to
I
see
just
you.
took it down, traded it in, and had all my money back. But that's where I got all my old tools from as well. Don't pay antique shop prices, pay auction lot prices.
Yeah. Hey, Alan, somebody just asked, I saw it go by quick. What do you do with when you dig the hole out, do you just spread the dirt around and leave some for putting back on top to make it like sort of a mound type thing, but try to keep it looking like it's still part of the environment?
Oh, the original hole, yeah, I spread it around, so I don't have a mound. I'll pretty much the leaf cover. I'll remove all of the leaf cover and things like that. The hole will get dug. I use post digging tools that you use to dig posts and things like that. It takes all day. It's, digging a hole that deep is actually quite a task, I'll tell you.
Yeah, especially when you're hitting rocks.
Yeah, you have to be careful about where you put it. That's why, see if you can get away with putting it somewhere like a cave, a little tiny cave or an overhang, and then just covering that up if you know nobody's going to go there. That's half the battle. But if you're going to dig a hole deep enough to put a barrel in, expect to be there 5-6 hours digging a hole, and then you are left with a barrel size amount of soil. And all I do is I literally just spread that around, and then when I get to the point of covering it all back up again, you can't tell. And then it only takes about a couple of days, and nobody would ever know you were there in the first place.
Right. I'd watch out if you're going to put something in an above ground area, even if it's in a small cave or indent in the side of a hill or something. You may not want to use a bright blue barrel. You may want to paint it brown or green or camo or something.
Yeah.
So if the weather somehow blows off your covering, it doesn't stand out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, I've seen people spray paint those blue barrels with, they either camouflage them or they spray paint them black. I don't know if you can actually get them in other colors other than blue. I've only ever seen them in blue. But
you get all around. You can get. I get black barrels. Certain chemicals come in black barrels, not necessarily food. White barrels are the semi-translucent white barrels, and blue. Blue is like the most common around here. I got a bunch of those that we get washer fluid in at the dealership, and I know because it's only alcohol and blue dye. And when I get them, I just rinse them out with water really well, and they just smell like plastic again. I use those for my rain barrels.
That's awesome.
I have an announcement. I caught that comment, CR. Strike one. Okay. Go ahead, guys. Strike one, CR.
All right, now I got to go looking for it. What do you say? Oh,
yeah.
Inner tube for rip. Nope.
No, I'm digging this whole stream, not HOLE.
Yeah, I'll find it.
Talking about burying caches. I'm digging this hole. Okay. Strike one.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I mean, you could, if we're talking about recycling stuff, a cache is a good way of making use of old gear, duplicate gear that you've got. And you don't have to bury it in a hole somewhere. You can, like I say, just put it in backpacks. That's the way I used to do it. I used to just build backpacks and give them to friends when we went out camping and stuff, or family members.
Store it in a family member's garage. Store it in a family member's shed. At least if you've got to get out to somebody else's house, you know there's something there, right?
Yeah, it's just like having a grab bag and friends and family's locations that they're there. You could do the same thing.
So what did I miss?
Everything. We're done. So thank you for joining us, everybody. Mike just got here. We're all leaving now.
You were the main topic.
Mike, the topic for today is the zero waste life challenge. What can we save today? Which means recycle or repurpose. So what's your ideas on that, Mike?
I mean, I am the worst recycler ever. I'm the guy with the general waste bin overflowing because I've shoved everything into black bags. But recently I have started separating it out, and I need to do more. So one good thing what my auntie does is we have the what is he? A 2-liter milk cartons. So they're almost like a house brick size.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. She saves them, and any other plastic she cuts up, shreds, and fills it, and keeps filling it and keeps filling it and keeps filling it till it's jam-packed tight. She's used them to build the wall around her pond in the garden. Eco bricks.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Because they're plastic, they're non-biodegradable. They last for ages, and you put them around, and then you can pack them out, put a bit of finishing on them, sort of thing, if you want to plaster or whatever. But that's what she's used as the base of them. So that's a good one to do. And I've recently, I've acquired, during the last storms, I acquired a food bin. So our councils have the small, it's like this big green bin. It looks like a wheelie bin, but for a miniature person. And I never had one, and I kept pounding them to get one. The last set of storms, one blew right next to my bins and landed. I was like, oh, okay, I'll just leave it there and I won't touch it for a while. See if anyone comes and claims it. It's been a week. It's now mine. So I'm not going to use it to recycle with the council. I'm going to use it to gather the food in the kitchen to put onto my own composting pile, which I've started in the back.
Mm-hmm.
So this whole starting my garden thing has got me thinking a lot more about the zero waste thing, I must admit.
Good.
So,
I mean, other things that we were talking about upcycling, like, just instead of throwing away the bicycle type of thing, not to keep everything like I was talking about, but just, parts, pieces, things, bed frames are the big one around here. at least for people like me and Bob. And because everybody gets a free bed frame with a mattress and box spring set. Nobody uses it because they have their own custom wood bed frame. So it just sits in a box in the basement somewhere, and eventually they throw it in the trash.
Yeah.
Or they donate it or something. Nobody wants them. But I want it because it's got angle iron in it. It's super strong angle iron. I'll cut the little hinge pins out of it and keep it as just straight angle stock.
Nice. Yeah. That's the amount we throw away is unreal. Is actually unreal. Upcycling is a good one, definitely. I've got a metal set of drawers that I'm wondering how I can make it into a planter at the moment in the garden, rather than getting the scrap man to come and take it. But I was taught from a very early age, whether it's a bad habit or not, is my granddad, any appliance I recycle, sell, get rid of, anything, the plug comes off and lives in my drawer. I've got a drawer full of spare plugs for appliances.
I got more electrical plugs and wires and things, and I've used them.
Yeah.
Something burns up or gets, chopped or chewed by a mouse. It's like, great. My wife would be like, oh, I'll just buy another. It's like, hold on, give me this thing. I disappear in the garage for 20 minutes, come back, there's another plug on it. And I know the gauge of the plug needs to be a certain size for certain things like coffee makers and that. You can't use like a little tiny extension cord plug for a coffee maker. It'll burn it up. And I'm just slapping on there and there you go.
I got caught unprepared the other day, completely unprepared. I have boxes upon boxes of light bulbs, and all the light bulbs in my house are bayonet fitting. And the one in the bathroom that was behind a glass dish. I unscrewed the dish, took it down. Guess what? Not a bayonet fitting, a wide screw fitting. The only bulb I didn't have anywhere in the house. So I went and bought 6. So
No.
CR has a question, actually.
Yeah.
Could you make a prying tool with a bed frame? Mark or Bob?
You can. It's not as strong as tool steel, but it's stronger than the garbage you buy at the local hardware store.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you could make it into something to be able to pry open a door or something like that. Some kind of an improvised tool. Yeah.
Well, an improvised tool is better than no tool at all.
That's right.
Yep. I mean, I use bed frame pieces in my garden as garden stakes on the corners to hold the fence up. It's an angle iron. Literally, I just take a 6-foot piece of it and just pound it in the ground and keep it relatively straight and throw a couple rocks around it and just tie my chicken wire to it to keep the rabbits out of my garden. It's painted brown, and the edge of it might get rusty, but just the edge of it where I cut it, I don't care. It's steel. It's coated. It'll probably last 20 years out there before it even starts to get weak.
Okay, I've got one for you then. How do I get rid of an abundance of roots under my soil? Like literally a ridiculous amount of roots from I assume
what?
It's from the tree. Well, there was 3 trees there. Now there's only one smaller tree there. I assume it's the leftovers from the stumps that are there, but it's just an abundance. And I mean, without getting
how big are they? They're just little hair roots everywhere. We're talking like the size of your thumb or your wrist.
From about that size down to the fine hair ones you're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, literally, if you want. As long as you're trying to dig it up to make a garden?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, you might just be better off going the raised bed route.
Yeah.
And a raised bed doesn't mean you have to bring it up a meter unless you have a bad back or in a wheelchair. You just got to bring it up 30 centimeters, 8 inches. Yeah, that's for he's got them in the ground. So you'd have to dig. He's trying to dig a hole, hitting the roots. Yeah, that's going to be a pain in the butt chopping roots with a chopper while you're trying to dig a hole.
I turned all the soil, and it was an absolute nightmare just to turn the topsoil.
Yeah. It's going to take.
What do you reckon? Just
possibly a network or roots or something.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, once you chop them, once you've cut it, and there's no tree there anymore. Yeah, they'll rot out in a few years. I mean, they'll just turn back into soil, into mulch.
Right.
The real big ones might take a few more years.
I don't have to worry about a random tree popping up from one of them if I put some barge plates in and put some topsoil over.
No. And if you do, you're going to see this little tiny leaf pop up. Just pull it out. Just break it off.
Yeah.
If it has any energy left, it needs to find sun to get more energy. And as soon as you take away that little solar panel, it's done. Might take one or two times, but don't wait till the thing gets 12 feet tall before you cut it down. As soon as you start seeing little green things pop up that you didn't plant, just nip the leaves off it.
Yeah.
That might take a few times, but and throw some mulch over top of it that keeps the sun off it completely, or some straw. If you got any farms nearby that sell bales of straw, not hay. Hay's more expensive because it's got nutritional value. Just straw.
Well, I killed off everything that was there before because there was lots of these little tiny trees trying to come out. I cut them all down, and I covered the entire garden in like a tarp. I completely covered it, and that was like that for over a month. So when I've pulled it back, everything was dead anyway.
Good.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll try raising it.
When we were talking about digging holes earlier, I always come across like tree roots and things like that. The only good thing about tree roots is they don't actually go that deep. A lot of people imagine a tree is like however high it is, the tree roots are kind of going straight down, and they don't
however
do that.
Wide it is,
they go that way. Yeah. So if you can cut your way through like a square of tree roots, no matter how thick they are, even if they're like big, thick, like wrist size or whatever, if you saw your way through those into a square and then just keep digging down, not only will they die, but you'll be clear of them. You'll get past them. That's why a lot of like entrenching tools, see, like these military style entrenching tools.
Yeah, sharp edge.
They've got very, very sharp edges.
And you can hack away.
Yeah, I mean, this one has this Spetsnaz entrenching tool has literally got a sharpened edge. And of course, people on YouTube will tell you that's for zombies, but in reality, it's for cutting your way through tree branches and things like that.
You clean your tools, man. Clean your tools. What is wrong with you?
It's clean. It's just a little bit of dirt there's nothing,
And only added a few grams to his backpack. He ain't worried about it.
Yeah, that's nothing. But when it comes to rocks, you need to dig that out or use a pickaxe. That's always the bugbearer for me.
And if you're really worried about root intrusion going into the garden, if you've already flipped it over and dug it up around the perimeter, stop by how many places nearby you have like pallet wood, just pallets outside. I mean, if you can find a bunch of pallets, don't bring home 50 of them at once. Bring home one or two, and they're a pain in the butt to take apart or to bust off. But just either flatten the nails over. I don't even try to push the nails; I flatten them over, and you take the slats and you push them down sideways into the ground about 15, 20 centimeters. Any surface roots will hit the wood and stop.
Yeah.
They won't go any further. So that'll keep your garden area, at least for the first 6-8 inches. And nothing really grows below that anyway, but just for the first 6 inches or so, that just keeps the surface roots from slowly encroaching into your garden, and you get the weeds start popping up just on the other side of it because they made it underneath.
Yeah, and I've looked at pallets, but half the problem around here is you've got to go and pick them up, and I've not got a big enough vehicle at this stage to do that. So I'd get one pallet in with the boot open.
Well, then you get yourself a cordless Sawzall. And you go up there, you just start cutting them apart and throwing the pieces in your trunk.
True.
For your boot.
True.
We call it
if
a boot.
You don't mind me processing it there, I suppose it'd be all right.
Yeah, a little saw.
Very handy. A very handy tool also is an electric chainsaw. I've got one over there. I dug out a cherry tree stump with that electric chainsaw.
Yep.
But for Mike, you said you still living in the place where people can overlook down on you. Consider this for if you're going to grow food. Well, like today, I planted some potatoes in a large ceramic pot just to have the plant. I'm not looking at eating them, but consider that you can put food plants in there. And most people, if they see a pot, they're such bobbleheads. Just you just walk past a whole patch of carrots planted in pots, and people don't recognize carrots unless they're in a plastic bag in the supermarket.
Yeah, or if they see a garden with rows of different color greens popping up, then it's like, oh, it's some kind of garden. What kind of food is that? And they start ripping your carrots out, and they're only a 1/4 inch long, and they're just babies. Yeah.
So I've got some schools.
Just consider pots.
I've got some schools of thought. My potatoes are actually in one of the. Have you seen the grow bag things? It's in one of them. My apple tree is in a pot at the moment, so I'm starting with the pot until I get the soil properly. So the pots are already there. But my plan is the main bulk of the garden is going to be food source. Round the outside, so hanging baskets on the side of the fence, and like little ones, toppy areas and stuff, is just going to be brightly coloured, lovely flowers.
Yeah.
So at a quick glance, it looks like a pretty garden, not a practical garden. You know what I mean? So that's the idea. And then the back wall trellises, and I'm going to get blackberry bushes to run up the trellises, so they get a nice little prickle if they climb over anyway.
I like it.
So yeah, that's the ultimate plan. So I was just in the garden centre today, window shopping.
Yeah, you're going to start to learn how to, like I do, and my wife does. She'll come home with a whole bunch of cuttings in a Ziploc bag, and she hands them to me. She's like, "Here you go." I'm like, "What are they?" She's like, "I don't know, but they're thorny." Okay, and I'll shave a little bit of the green off the bottom, and I'll put them in little pots of water, let them get rooted. And then once they root, I'll stick them in dirt. And now I have whatever that thorny bush was that she liked up at, the last place she stayed. She brought a whole bunch home. I'm like, okay, plant, get them rooted up. I got like a 60% success rate out of them, and put them in pots, let them get a little bigger, and stick them outside.
Could I do that with just a branch from a blackberry bush then?
Yeah, you can. Blackberries, blackberry bush you can, unless it's wild blackberry. Those root. Like they spread like wildfire, like wild raspberries around here. They always grow along the roadside because they like the edge of the woods where it's mostly sunny, but not all the time. And those are root spreaders. You try to pull one up and you're pulling 20 of them up. And they also spread the bird. That's why there's always like wild fruit bushes on the around perimeters of farms and that, because the birds will get seed. They'll eat a berry or something, and then they sit on the fence on the edge of the farm, and that's where they poop. And that's where the seeds pop out and they grow.
Will they only root to their space? So if I did put blackberries across the back wall, but they were in pots, not in the main soil, would they just root to the space?
Oh yeah, they'll just fill up your pots with roots. Yeah, and then you trim them down in the fall, and that way all the nutrients are back in the roots again. All the energy is down below. You just don't want them to freeze. But I don't think you get long-term. Do you get long-term winters there where it gets really cold?
Not freezing below freezing temperatures for more than a day or two. It's never usually a protracted spell.
Yeah, you should be okay. Yeah, because you don't want a small pot, because then the roots freeze and it dies.
Right. Okay.
So,
just some friendly advice for you, Mike. Look up. There's good videos on YouTube about
propagating.
What not to plant.
Oh yeah.
Like wisteria,
bamboo.
Bamboo. Yeah. There's a whole plethora of plants that, oh gosh, it looks beautiful. Yeah.
And it takes over your yard.
You're never gonna get rid of it. When I moved into this place, it had that damn morning glory ivy and English ivy. Don't plant anything like that because you'll never get rid of it. Yeah.
And that stuff goes through walls and into your house.
Oh hell yeah. It goes into your plumbing.
Grows like wildfire.
Yep. Yeah, we had it on our house where I grew up.
Wildfire too.
I dealt with Japanese knotweed when I was in Wales.
Oh,
that was fun. That was fun. You think you've killed it and it pops up over there, and it's like whack-a-mole with plants.
Yeah, Mike, are you allowed to have one of those little chimenea things, everybody sits on the patio and has the little fire and the little metal fire pan pit? Are you allowed to have those there?
Yes.
So use that and get one or make one or whatever, and just sit outside and just sit there and slowly feed in all your branches and yard waste and stuff. And when it's done, when it's burned out, you sprinkle all that stuff in your garden.
Yeah.
Or straight on the soil.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just throw it out in the grass.
Just throw it in the grass, throw it out, but I'd throw it in your garden area, and that's potassium, that's potash, nice. And throw that in there, and the rain will bring it down through. Plus, it helps hold certain parts that didn't burn turn right to ash. The little charcoal bits, they'll hold water and moisture and nutrients in that for a while. So I do. That's what I do in my gardens. I have a burn barrel. We were talking about it earlier. I only burn yard waste. No plastics, no treated wood, and I just sprinkle it all over my garden.
Yeah, I've got a shallow like fire pit, like a almost for like pleasure, sitting out there with a little fire sort of thing.
You sit out and you can roast. The kids can roast marshmallows, and when it's all done, dump it in your garden.
But for 20 quid at the local garden centre, they have what is essentially looks like an old school metal trash can with the holes drilled in, and then it's got a funneled top,
a burn barrel.
and it's just it's just an incinerator sort of thing.
Yeah,
so,
are you allowed to have that there?
You are. I think it's. I have no idea. I have to look into this a bit more because as far as I know,
you throw in there. You probably have too much smoke coming out of it. You're going to piss off the neighbors.
I'm going to piss off the high rise that's going to get eaten all.
Yeah. Do it at night if you do it at night, they can see the flame. They'll call the fire department on you.
Yeah.
I'll look into it first.
When I live in the suburbs too, Mike, and whenever I want to burn something, I wait till the neighbors are at work, and I just light it up. Then nobody gives a damn, you know.
I've always done common courtesy. I've always looked out, and if the neighbour's got the sheets hanging up on the washing line, I'll wait. If there's no washing hanging up, I'll do the barbecue.
And do like all the hedge trimmings and the bushes and the small branches and that. Just throw them in a barrel or throw them in I have a metal barrel. I have 2 of them, but I'll throw them in one metal barrel, put the lid on it, and just let them dry out. Because if you burn them green, they smoke real bad.
Yeah.
If you let them dry out for like a month or 2 in the barrel and it's getting hot in the sun by me all the time, I throw them in the fire. I get like no smoke. It's just flames.
Oh, nice.
And it burns down quick. So
I'm gonna pull up my notepad and start making notes.
Yeah. Fire charcoal or not charcoal, fire ash right through the garden. Just don't pile it up in one spot. Just spread it around and let the rain do its thing, and then spread more if you have to, if you want to, if you got more.
Oh, I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, no problem. I'm going and get me some more coffee. I'll be back.
Okie dokie.
Everyone's leaving.
Everyone's
time for an infomercial.
Break time. I'm about ready to run out to my truck and get my case of water out there. I left
the stream going and I'll be back.
Yeah, we'll keep it going. Shadow Streams sponsored by Moose Juice. Get your Moose Juice.
Wait, where's that meme of Al and I made and put up there of I finally ate the something? I forget what I.
Yeah, the maggot cheese.
Yeah, I finally ate maggot cheese.
It's high on my list. Tell you what, Mike. Though, see if you're talking about planting like random bright flowers and stuff like that, you can get lots of edible ones. It's just like a dual use.
Yeah,
I don't know like a huge list of them, but there are like I'm sure there's a list somewhere. Maybe ChatGPT would give you a list, but
I'm ordering this cola herb that somebody mentioned on the stream the other day. It has to be done. Yeah,
it tastes like Pepsi. You're gonna sell it to Brian?
It generally does. Apparently, it tastes like the fizzy cola bottle sweets. It's called the cola plant.
Samphire.
Artemisia arbiturnum. Yeah, it's a herb. It's an actual herb. It's called Coca-Cola. Artemisium arbitorium. So yeah, you can get it quite cheap, and I'm going to try it because if it works, then when Brian's Pepsi run out, I'll have him as my bitch during SHD.
There you go. It's not just rename it the Diet Pepsi plant.
I want to get it purely just out of curiosity. I can't imagine because I've got the usual I've got mint, I've got parsley, I've got all sorts of different herbs growing sort of thing, but to have something that's cola, tastes like cola, I just think that how awesome would that be throwing a bit of that in some rice pudding, just making a whole new dish. It's just
yeah, Coca-Cola rice pudding. Yeah.
That sounds good.
Yeah, actually, it sounds kind of good, except for the Coca-Cola part with the. That's there you go. Apocalyptic fast food or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was at my farm store the other day looking for something, and they have all their plants outside and little mini dead like dwarf trees. I'm like, I'm not spending $50 on a dwarf apple tree. I want a regular apple tree, and they had these things called Nanking cherries, and it's a bush, but it's a cherry tree. But the cherries don't hang off of it. They actually grow right off the stem. And these things, they were only $15 a piece. I got 2 of them, and they're like 3 feet tall when I bought them with the leaves on it, and they already had flowers, and I got little cherries already forming. I'm like, I haven't even taken them out of their plastic pot yet. They're just sitting here on my deck. And that and two some kind of blueberry plant and bush, and they got like 1,000 flowers on them each right now. I'm like, oh hell yeah, I'll get fruit out of these first season. They're not even in the ground yet.
That's
that?
all.
Nice.
That's all that. The fertilizer that I make right here in my shop out of recycled paper and coffee grounds and all that. That's all I use to fertilize this ground. And this is mostly white Dutch clover that I threw. You can eat it. That's food. That's all food right there.
Yeah.
You get it?
Just watch out where the dog is.
Yeah. Well, if it gets really desperate, the dog's on the plate anyway. So.
Yeah, well,
It'll seize on the dog.
I will.
Your wife is Filipino, so no, I'm just kidding.
Well, I ain't kidding you, man. If things get desperate, yeah, guess what? You know, kitty cats. I will freaking eat them. I will. But yeah, that's recycled fertilizer.
Yeah, your coffee grinds and cardboard
grounds grows that stuff that fast. It just,
Nice. I've started collecting the coffee grounds. Yeah.
Yeah, I do that.
Do that. Yeah.
Yep. They say they're like, oh, they're like, the used coffee grinds are great. It helps add acid to your soil. Actually, no, it doesn't. If you need acidic, like for blueberries, love acidic soil. If you need acidic soil, no, don't use used coffee grind. There's a little bit of acid in there. No, regular coffee grinds have a lot of acid in them, but you're kind of wasting coffee on your plants and not drinking it. But I have a French press. I use it every day. And when I'm done, I add a little bit of water to it, swirl it around, dump it in my stainless bucket. And when that gets full with everything else, all my food waste, I go up and dump it in my barrel, spin it around a couple times. And yeah, my garden the worms love it.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. I'm going to, she's going to hate it, but I'm going to be doing loads.
Hey, I was watching a couple of videos the other day about, not propagating, where you have like one tree, like an ornamental cherry tree, and then but you can get your hands on some cherry tree stems, first year growth, and there's a way to cut it just right and get the cambium to match up, and you just poke a little slice in the side of a regular cherry tree, stuff it in there, and tape it down, and out of that ornamental cherry, choke cherry, whatever, which is in the same genus, you'll have a regular cherry tree branch growing out of it that will give you cherries. So, and my wife knows, next time we go apple picking or pear picking or whatever, oh yeah, I'm bringing my snippers with me. When I take a couple of those pears, I'm taking some of the branch with me.
That's the big one that's in the garden. It's a non-edible cherry tree.
Yeah. So if you can find somebody nearby, one of your local farms that has cherry trees, and a lot of, I don't know how many places do it there, like the you pick, they just give you a basket, you pay for it. You go out there, bring a little pair. Don't take huge swaths of branches with them, off their tree, but cut a good 6-inch piece off. And there's videos on how to trim it off of one tree, and how to grafting and how to graft it onto another tree. You'll literally have you can eventually cut all in the fall when all the leaves fall off. You cut the tree pretty much mostly down, but you leave the root stock, and then you graft on all these other cherry branches in the early spring. So as all the energy, all the sap's coming up from the root system, going like, hey, I got all this energy. What am I doing with it? Well, throws it right into that, and you will get whatever cherry you grafted onto there. Nice. It's really cool. It's a really cool science.
It's a whole new meaning to tree surgeon, right?
Oh yeah, you can literally take, if you have like a crabapple tree, and my neighbor has one. I'm dying to just cut it. But if you have a crabapple tree, because crabapples have great root stock, super strong roots, and but if you cut the tree down and you have like 3 or 4 different varieties of apple stems, you can graft all of them in. You could have one root with 5 different apples growing off of it. I mean, there's some, just look up apple tree grafting on YouTube. They go on and then pick your fruit. Like nice. Pears, we got these crappy ass fast growing, not Bartlett pear. It's an ornamental pear tree. They're crap. They're weak. They break all the time. But because it's in the pear genus, my neighbor has a pear tree. And I missed it. He was trimming off a whole bunch of the growth from last year to make it like an umbrella. And if I had known that, I'd have gone over there and grabbed all his trimmings, and I'd have cut most of this tree down and just grafted on his pear. I'd have his pear growing in my yard. It's a clone.
Nice.
Rhubarb. I want to throw this in there. Rhubarb. I don't eat it. I've got about half a dozen rhubarb plants. I don't eat it. It's a beautiful ornamental plant.
It can also take over.
No. I've never seen it take over. But compost. Holy mama! When you get a mature rhubarb plant, I don't eat it. I just pull it out, hack it and throw it into the grass, run it over. I mean, it's just the most incredible amount of compost. I don't eat it.
Yeah.
Just throw it out there and let it go right back into the soil. Yeah. I suppose it could go. I don't know. Usually, as long as it stays inside of one bulb.
We had a place in the northeast, and there was a small patch of rhubarb in the garden. The garden wasn't segmented off in any way. It was one big garden, but this patch was in the corner. Within 6 months, it was half of the garden was rhubarb. And it was just,
it just kept going. Yeah.
That could be its own problem. I got 15 acres at the property. A lot of it's in a low area where it's sort of swampy in most of the year. It does dry out a little bit, but it's always wet down there because it's just above stream level, so the water from the mountains settle into the valley right in my property. And there's a lot of things I want to plant out there. I just got to clear out a bunch of junk. And rhubarb's one of them. I could plant it there and just let it go. I don't care. Just take over. I'll have rhubarb everywhere. That's fine. There's nothing else grows down there, so anything that'll grow in a wet area, I'll load it up. I know my property would be great for fruit trees because especially pears have a tap root. They go straight, or peaches, they go down.
You don't make a little rice paddy out of it?
Yeah, I could, I guess. Actually, I'm going to be going down there with the bucket loader when I get the gardens going out there, and I'm going to be stripping the mud. I want the mud. That is like wicked nutritional mulch dirt. And bring it up top and just spread it out, let it dry out, and I can put it in my gardens. And it's got all the stuff from decades of things rotting down there.
Yeah.
I get my own natural fertilizer right off the land.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Yeah, I'm going to hit a lot of learning curves over the next 6 months, I imagine, but it should be fun.
You're going to fall into rabbit holes like I did. Everybody does to a point. Just start watching stuff and don't get hooked into one thing too much. Venture out a little bit and look at other stuff and be like, oh, like the grafting thing absolutely intrigues me.
That sounds really cool.
Even propagating. I got the elderberries. There was an elderberry bush behind my campsite when I went to the food summit in June last year. Tammy from Rebel Canners was there, and she never met her before. She says hi and walks right past me, right to the edge of the campsite where these elderberries are growing. And she whips out a pair of nippers. She's nipping off flowers. I'm like, what is that? She's like, elderberry. I'm like, oh, can I root that? She's like, oh yeah. So I took a bunch of just short, like 6-8 inch pieces of clippings with the leaves on them. And I threw them in a Ziploc bag, brought them home, threw them in water. They rooted. I threw them in pots. Now I got elderberries growing.
Nice.
I didn't have to buy them.
Nice.
So
it's amazing how many things. Property. It's amazing how many things you can get like that you'd pay $10, $15, $20 for at a garden place. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. I mean, there's reasons you pay more. A lot of like the apple. Like if you take a peach seed, and I have a bunch of peach seeds that I plant, one of them grew. Now, will it have strong root system? I hope so. But what they do is they'll take a peach tree that has a super strong root system, and they'll let it grow for like a year or two to get a good, like 2-3 centimeter stalk on it. And they'll take another peach tree that has weak roots, and they'll cut it off above ground level, and they'll graft it on there, wrap it up, so you have good root stock and a really good peach. And that's why most of these fruit trees, you look at the store, if you look carefully, right where it's at the soil level, there's like a bulge there in the bark. That's where it was grafted last year. So, and you can do that. You don't have to do it at a rootstock. You can do it in the middle of the tree. You can do it on a branch. And my gardener did that the other day. I was like, oh my God. He was doing a guerrilla grafting, he calls it. I thought it was funny. He walked around some of the city parks that had like these crappy ornamental pears and crabapple trees. And he just nipped a little piece off, brought some branch stock with it. And he trimmed it down on the spot and wrapped a special tape around it that biodegrades in about a year. It disappears. And he's like, now I can walk through this park and there's going to be crab apples growing all over this tree and Macintosh growing on this one branch. Just walk by and pick an apple.
A sort of strange Frankenstein type tree. A lot of Acer, I've got a couple of Acer trees in my garden, which you can see that they've been grafted. And they actually, when you buy them, they have like a blue dye on the area where the graft is taking place. And then,
do not put dirt above that line. Yep.
Yeah, they've done something in order to do it, but it's quite interesting. Actually, Mike, you should check out Alan Titchmarsh has got a YouTube channel. You know, the TV.
All right, yeah.
And it's pretty interesting actually, because I'm not much of a gardener either, but I was watching his videos yesterday, and he does a thing where it's like, do these 5 things in April, and he's talking about propagating seeds, you know, from like growing them from one place, and then you put them in, like, he does it very cleverly. He shows you the best way to grow it, and he does it month by month, so he tells you what to do. You know,
so so you can follow along with it a bit more.
He doesn't buy many plants because he has this greenhouse and he has the skill to be able to do everything we're talking about here. You know, so like
I got cherry seeds in my fridge right now.
Yeah, they're not buying all the plants. They're just propagating them themselves. And that Alan Titchmarsh videos, they're pretty good actually. He's a famous guy, but his YouTube channel's not very big. But I'm sure it will be soon. But
you know. I'll have a look. Awesome. I've got a zero waste one for SHTF. Probably is not something you want to practice now, but is anyone going to be saving their urine for washing the sheets?
No, mine's garden food.
So it's from Roman times. If urine, if you left to ferment, basically becomes ammonia, which will degrease stuff. It'll remove stains. It'll clean, and that's how they used to wash like sheets and stuff like that. And you could get your white with urine. So there you go.
Fermented urine.
There's an option for fermenting your own urine in SHTF. Video coming soon, much to Mrs. Urban Prepper's dismay.
different kind of fermented fluid. Don't drink it. You're not going to get drunk.
Yeah.
Drink it before I guess I've never done it, but I hear you.
Having that smell around would be pretty offensive to the wife. You know, like, ooh, you know.
Yeah, who forgot to change the cat litter box? Wait a minute, we don't have a cat, Mike.
Yeah.
Your pea pot's stinking again. Put it outside.
Well, I'm looking to get a corked glass bottle that I can gather some in. And then try it and see how long it lasts, and then I will attempt to wash, I don't know, a pair of socks in it, and we'll see if I'm walking around with pea smelling socks or if it works. We'll test it.
Yeah, I think with any kind of fermenting, you can't seal it. It needs to breathe. That's why when you ferment pickles and
I just meant while it's in the house in the bathroom. I don't want to. It's not breathing in the bathroom. I'll take it outside to do that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say, gotta watch out. It's going to start to ferment in the bathroom. You're going to hear this pop sound in the middle of the night and get this odor and go.
As if preppers don't have a bad enough reputation.
Now we're saving our pee and
now you're collecting urine in jars.
to what? To make my sheets whiter and brighter.
Yeah.
Listen, it worked so well in Roman times, and it was a lucrative business that they even started taxing it. They taxed Romans, so there you go.
I just use everything in Rome as the money collapsed.
Yeah, but there's no one's going to be making fabric softener after 6 months of SHTF. You've got to think of these things.
It will definitely work, because weirdly I've looked into this before as well, and they definitely did it up until not even beyond Roman times. They did it in probably talking 15th century, 16th century. They would do it then as well, and urine's been used as a dye in a lot of places as well. And it's got lots of other uses actually, urine, weirdly enough, in survival, although not for what Bear Grylls
Just not drinking. I was going to say, don't drink it like Bear
I don't.
Grylls.
I don't recommend drinking it. No.
I guess that brings new definition to the phrase. I don't have a pot to piss in.
Yeah, you can use it to whiten your
Why?
teeth.
Because
too.
they're all full.
Can you use it to
Urine-
whiten your teeth?
Urine, that too. Yeah, that they did a long time ago. They would use urine, but remember that it's acidic. I wouldn't do it every day, because it eats the
And I
enamel
would
off
I would
the
also say you're probably better off using your own.
teeth. Mhm.
I'm going to
Yeah.
be washing a few bits of clothes in it once it's fermented. All right. If she sees me start brushing my teeth with it, she's going to leave. She's going to
Yeah.
leave.
Yeah, you need to go
This
see
is great,
somebody.
Wolf. It's a
Uh-huh.
The problem is
Conversation you're having.
the problem is when you start researching this on Google, on the internet, you start seeing some crazy stuff.
Oh yeah.
all the different things you can do with urine.
I'm
that's
on a
a
deep
rabbit hole.
dive. I'm on a deep dive at the moment, because I've always prepped based around like Amish paradise kind of thing, and no electricity. But I'm on a deeper dive now into historic stuff. At the same time as researching on one screen, I'm watching the whole series of North and South again on the other screen and stuff like that. And I'm just getting, literally, I'm going to go deep into the historical side of prepping and stuff like that, because I think we need to learn from that if that's the situation we're going to be thrown into overnight.
Look into the
So we
past.
could
is usually
safely
always
say
the
you're-
best thing.
We could safely say Mike is about to deep dive into pee.
Yeah. The thing, I mean, most of the things have been discovered, so it's always better to look to the past, especially when you're talking about self-sufficiency, because people had solutions for most of the problems we have. The technology already existed. They had a local solution for the problem.
We've just forgotten it.
We've
forgotten about it. Yeah.
It's like a lot of the survival type stuff I research. I always it's easy to do if you just know where to look, because all you do is, well, how did somebody in my country in the 12th century make a tarp if they didn't have access to,
Amazon.
modern materials? Amazon. How did they make a tarp? How did they waterproof their clothing? How did they wash their clothing? How did they make soap? And see, when you start looking at the historical type stuff of how they made soap in the 12th century or something, well, it's usually a local there's a local resource. That's
the Viking soap.
that's
I've been looking at
called
soap recently.
beef lard and wood ash.
Yeah.
They make lye. That was lye soap was the only soap they had until people started adding odors and dyes and things to it and adding more chemicals. But yeah,
at least I'll get there, Grumpy, without having to spend £3,000 on a tank of diesel, which it'll cost by then.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Or if I had land, the first thing I would have is horses. I'm sorry, the first thing I would have is horses. Love horses.
I'm gonna bounce out of here, guys. I'm still
Okay, Bob.
a little bit jet laggy from
Laggy.
jet lag. Yeah, a little bit. And a sinus
Actually,
infection thing.
I'm gonna mute out for a minute. I gotta run out to my truck. I'll be right back. I'll talk to you later, Bob.
Okay, Mark.
Gotta go.
Cheers, Bob. Nice to see you.
Good night.
See ya.
Right. Yeah, so the deep dive is going to produce some interesting prepping. I still want to do that thing, Alan. We need to pick a period and go out into the woods.
Yeah. I mean, it's you would have to pick. It depends on the period. I mean, that's the interesting thing. You have to pick a period that's the stuff that you would need is sort of available now.
Well, you can get everything now. If you look at like reenactors stores and stuff like that. I've currently on my Vinted, I've got favorited some Civil War clothing, which is really thick wool clothing, similar material to this.
Yeah.
Which wool clothing, warm in the winter, cool in summer, and it keeps you warm even when it's wet. So it's great. Yeah, if I can get a good set of like trousers for that, that would be my SHTF clothing over Levi's any day.
Yeah, wools are pretty interesting material. I mean, even see if you look at the old kilts and stuff that they used to use, a proper wool kilt, a big kilt, they're called. It's actually a fantastic resource. I mean, they used it as a blanket, a tarp, clothing. You know,
It was just a huge bolt of cloth, though, right? It wasn't
Yeah.
like hemmed and stitched like
no,
in modern
that's a
ones, yeah.
I mean, see the modern kilts. Everybody thinks that's like an ancient thing. It's not. That was invented fairly recently, actually, like a 19th
Mike,
century.
you mean
I think.
the homespun?
It was just the material, just purely the
cut.
material. Whereas
Yeah,
modern, if you go buy a kilt for your wedding now,
Yeah.
it'll have an elasticated waistband. It'll be pleated. It'll be, and stuff like that. It's completely different. It was just like a bolt of cloth that they'd wrap it round in a certain way, right?
Yeah, it was quite big as well. It's quite large. There's lots of. They're kind of expensive though. You have to sort of look to see where they are. But because I've always wanted to do some sort of survival-y type things based around that. There's actually a YouTube channel that already exists. I can't remember the name of it, but there's a Scottish guy who
I've seen him. Seen him. Yeah,
he does. He shows you all the kind of stuff that you can do with different periods in Scottish history, with kilts and stuff like that. So I don't want to copy. I don't want to do something that's already done. But
is he the guy that was showing how difficult it was to survive in the Highlands, sort of thing? But he was running around in the full regalia kind of thing as well.
Yeah. For different. He does it for different periods as well. So he'll talk about like the 17th century, and then he'll talk about the 13th century and things like that. Kilts didn't actually really exist past. Like see Braveheart, William Wallace. William Wallace never wore a kilt because they didn't exist. You know, kilts didn't exist until long after him. So they used something different before that. Still interesting though. And wool's an incredible material.
Yes, I think that's the one that they're on about, Caroline. I'm just looking at him now. That's the guy that I saw.
Yeah, it probably is. Great. Yeah. That's a really, really cool channel. Yeah, I've seen it. I've binge watched a few of his things over the years.
Yeah, 371,000 subscribers. That's awesome.
That's a lot of subscribers.
You gotta, but he keeps up with the content. That's the main thing. About 5 years, 2 years. Where's his latest one? He is still going, isn't he? 4 weeks ago. Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite niche as well. I think he really just focuses on that one area, that genre. He doesn't really divert too much from it, I don't think. But
I was looking at, so basically I've been looking at like because I used to do American Civil War reenacting. That was like 1860s. Yeah. And looking at what they had for campaigns. So the backpack had like hardtack in, salted beef. They'd have a bedroll, which was a blanket. They'd have a canvas pup tent, a small little canvas pup tent sort of thing. No poles or anything like that. You just acquired sticks wherever you were, kind of thing, and you made your bed out of whatever materials you could. So I want to put together a kit like that and see how that goes.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool idea. Like, it would probably give you a much deeper appreciation for the actual how hard it is to actually use an item like that, especially the heavier weight stuff. You know, because we've came a long way with weight reduction and stuff like that. But
we have, but I think part of me is not just doing it as like to see, oh, this is how hard it was in a day. I want to look at it and think what aspects of it are practical going forward if there was zero power. If we're talking, let's say, 12 months into an SHTF scenario, some of the stuff they had is much more hardware than any clothing you'll buy from Primark or anything like that. So it's kind of a test of what's practical out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it's like a canvas tarp will last longer than a modern Gore-Tex tarp, but it weighs 20 times more.
That's why it was the tiny little single man pups, because you could roll them up and it wasn't all that much, you know. And the shoes were like leather brogues with a horseshoe as the heel, kind of practically, which were hard wearing, but by no means comfortable.
Yeah. There's a lot on the bushcraft side of stuff. To me, that's what bushcraft is, which is more. They're not worried about hiking. They're not too worried about weight, but they use traditional type items. Lots of leather, lots of canvas, lots of wood. To use things. Lots of natural resources. You don't see any, fabrics that are made of plastics and things like that in the bushcraft world. You know,
No, no Timu specials.
no. You can I tell you what, you can get some proper snobbish bushcrafters as well that are like hardcore. You know, if it's not something completely natural and organic that you can make in the woods and is finely crafted by a craftsman, they won't use it. They won't carry it. And but it's beautiful. See, proper bushcrafters. I'm not a proper bushcrafter, but having proper bushcraft gear is a beautiful item. I mean, see this little leather pouch, this little Ramir's leather pouch. This is a beautiful item, right?
Yeah.
Because this was handcrafted by a man. A man made this completely by hand. It's 100% leather, and it's got a brass buckle. And I mean,
so Weapon Collector made that for my EDC carry, which is just, I mean, it's a work of art, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
you appreciate stuff like this when you get it, and it lasts a lifetime. That's the thing, as long as you look after it a little bit. But see, in theory, you could pass this down to your children, and it just goes on forever. I mean, archaeologists still dig up leather items like this.
Yeah,
hundreds of years after they found themselves in a bog or something like that, and it's preserved. I can guarantee all the modern stuff, the modern equivalent of this, like a Maxpedition pouch or something, you're not finding that 200 years from now. You're not passing that down to your
you might find a little bit of the button or the clasp, and that's about it.
I mean, the problem with it is, though, when you start going into the craft sides and stuff like this, it gets expensive. So I mean, this is like £100.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because a man made it. So you have to be willing to pay for it.
Yeah, or willing to learn the skill.
Yeah, or get into leathercraft, which is something I did a tiny little bit of and then regret not keeping up with, because you can make some really beautiful things with leather, and it's a great skill to have. And especially if you know how to acquire the leather yourself as well, via tanning and things like that, you're onto a winner there, because you can go down some serious long-term rabbit holes of self-sufficiency when you know how to do that. If you know how to process, get an animal, take the hide, process it, make leather from it, make goods from it. That's basically how our ancestors did that forever.
Yeah, definitely. It's a rabbit hole, but I've got over 1,000 videos on the channel. I've ran out of modern crap to do, so I'm just gonna jump into history now.
Jump into history.
I don't want to repeat content, so why not? But it's I think
wait till you start figuring out how to do the grafting. You're going to be doing guerrilla grafting out in the woods. Alan will start doing that.
Guerilla grafting.
Yeah, keep it near your just find whatever kind of tree it is that is in the same genus as an apple, pear, cherry, something, and find one of those trees, or plant a crappy one that you picked up cheap at the store. Plant it out in the woods, let it get a little bigger, and graft on some other types of apples on it. So at least next year, you might, if you have to go out there and it's that time of year, you might have an apple or two growing, as long as the deer don't get them. Deer love them. So,
well, I might, I'm going to explore that definitely, but it'd be interesting to see if you could cross species it as well. Here's my apple tree with oranges, bananas.
So citrus and bananas won't grow on it, but
tree.
You might
that
be able
would
to
be
get
an interesting tree.
Yeah, you might be able to get pears, cherries, and apples to grow on the same rootstock.
Yeah.
You just got to pick which rootstock it is, because it may or may not work.
It's a fine line between a well-grafted tree and an abomination to God. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You've grafted 10 different things to it.
the video introduction
go
is,
out to the
guys, look
tree
what I made, as he gets hit by a bolt of lightning.
Hey, honey, run out to the tree and go pick us some fruit salad. Don't forget the pineapples grown off the rose bush.
Nice. I'm not a bushcrafter, but I've been in the bush and I do like to craft. Well, there you go. See ya.
There you go. It is keeping and keeping with the topic a little bit. But making your own stuff. I mean, even if that's repairing your own clothes and learn how to do that, that's another forgotten art as well. People used to repurpose clothing. I don't just mean hand downs. They would have a jacket or something, and then they would repurpose it into something else, rather than go buy another jacket.
We're a throwaway nation. We're a throwaway world now. When's the last
Yeah.
time somebody
Hey
darned
there, all
some
good to
socks?
see you.
You know what I mean? Darning
Yeah.
socks was just a common thing round the fire. You'd be sewing up the holes in your socks and get another 6 months out of them, kind of thing. But now it's like when Sports Direct sell you a pack this big for $5, it's like they become a throwaway commodity. You know what I mean?
£5 for a pound. £5 for a pound.
Yes, that's it.
Hello, everybody.
Hey,
Hello,
man,
Zia.
Hi, Mike, Alan, Shadow,
how's it going?
Mr. Bacon Dude. I mean,
Mr.
Bacon Guy.
You sound like you're in the woods or something. Are you walking around a park or something? I can hear
No, I'm
dogs.
just outside.
Oh.
I'm
Yeah,
outside too, but I'm on a headset, so I don't know if you can hear the background bird chirping in my ear here.
Yeah.
No.
So
No, I
can't
hear
hear
birds here, Mark, so I can't
Well,
tell. I
It's
hear
too
birds
cold
here.
for you there for birds.
Oh, well, we get snowbirds.
Yeah, we get
Okay,
we get
never mind.
we get snowbirds in Florida, but you know they always go back home when the when summer hits.
So darn, I missed everything you guys were talking about. That's all I heard
No,
when
you-
I jumped in.
Oh, you were here in the beginning.
And he's
Well, but I
just
didn't hear
doing,
the
he's
last
just
5 minutes.
doing all darn because I said darning socks. He's just being CR. That's all he's
Yeah,
doing.
CR
It
was-
seems like it. It seems like it.
CR is out in the bush right now doing arts and crafts, so he is crafting in the bush.
I don't want to know what
yeah,
CR's doing in the bush.
yeah.
I really don't want to know what CR's doing in the
I
bush.
don't know what kind of craft he's doing either.
Yeah,
but,
I'll show you guys.
In an actual bush, just in the park.
Oh, there we go. It's not
Yeah,
the
too bad
bush,
it's white.
it's snow. That's the
This-
snow bush.
This is real
There's,
snow.
there's something wrong with your grass. It's white.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
It's greener on the other side.
Oh, there you go.
It usually is.
Anyways. Oh yeah, hey, so yeah, Mike. Yeah, I've seen that. A lot of people don't know how to make repairs, even though it's like not so bad of a let's say a straight rip, right? Let's say jeans
Yeah.
or something like that, right? Not too difficult, right? If you think about it, right? But people are like, whatever.
Oh,
it's cheaper
I'll
to
just
buy
buy
a new one.
I'll just put another $60
cheaper
on a
to
new
buy a
pair
new-
of jeans. Why not?
Yeah, or it's cheaper to buy a new one or something like that. Unfortunately, sometimes it's not that people don't want to repair things; it's the parts that you have to buy. Right? It's more
I don't think
expensive.
it's ever cheaper to buy new clothes than repair clothes. It's time.
Yeah,
People
it's
don't
time.
think they have time, but they've got time to binge watch a series on Netflix, but they don't have time to sew up that tiny little seam hole in the right hand side
While
of their
they're
jeans
watching Netflix.
while they're watching it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Right? It's just like yeah. And usually it's not too difficult. I mean, sometimes it can be challenging for repairing or mending, but sometimes it's just like a little cut or whatever, right? Rip, and with some needle and thread, you can do it.
My gran used to do it with everything. The amount of pairs of jeans I had with different coloured denim patches on,
Mhm.
because or once I was getting a bit older and into some music, it was like, oh, I've ripped my jeans. Next morning, I'd wake up and there'd be Michael Jackson's Bad album cover stitched onto my hole where the jeans were. I'm like, okay, cool, I've got Michael Jackson jeans. That'll do.
Well, that's how you hatch.
That's it.
That's how you hatch.
Yes, she was. It was always done. I mean, saying that, my grandma also used to recycle birthday cards and stick little bits of cardboard over the names and write somebody's new name on it. It was great when you got a card. When you got a card, you got to find out the history because you'd peel off your name and this was originally to Phyllis from Susan.
That's funny.
This as well with the like I did a couple of videos about a jacket I've got. I've got this M65 jacket. It's like the old school American military jackets. I love that jacket, but it's like years old now. It's like 5-6 years old, and it's 100% cotton. And the last video I did about it, I was saying, it's lasted much longer than I thought. I think I'll maybe get another one and things like that. Somebody left in the comments, have you ever thought about, because it's made of 100% cotton, have you ever thought about waxing it and making it into a wax jacket? I was like, you know what? That's a good idea. So, like, I've not done it yet, but I've got the natural beeswax and I've got the oil that I'm going to add to it, and I'm going to wax that jacket. And I'm going to
Make it water resistant.
Make it water resistant.
when he watches the wrong tutorial and he pulls up his jacket and it's all red like a baby bell covered in wax.
Well, hey,
Yeah, right?
I tell you what,
I can just
it
picture
might,
that.
it might entirely go to hell. It might I'm going to start tonight actually making this. It's going to be like I'll put the whole thing from beginning to
Have you
end.
got have you
Yeah,
got
make a
something
video.
that's not as have you got something that's not as good made of 100% cotton that you can try it on, like a piece of material?
Like
you know
a-
what I
like a
mean? That would
t-shirt.
be a good idea.
just to test? Just
Just to
see if I
test
can
before
make
you wreck the jacket
Do you
that
know
you
what?
fell in love with over 4 years.
the jacket is at a point where I'm thinking, you know what? It doesn't matter if I completely make a mess of it anyway, because you know it's seen its life out. It's had a good life.
You'll still
Um,
cry when it happens, though.
I would still cry. I genuinely love that. Weirdly enough, lots of other people. It's got a bit of a cult following as well, because I thought I was the only one that really loved those jackets, but it's like my most watched video. You know, it has like whole sites and stuff, fans of these kind of products. But you can make a cotton jacket into a waterproof, more hardy, more ready to use in the outdoors jacket. I'll give it a try, and I tell you what, see if I screw it up, I'll keep it in the video.
Well, Hey, Alan, if you screw up,
That's the
remember
way.
you can always make charcloth after, right? You can
Yeah,
always
yeah,
still make
I-
that charcloth.
I'll
I'll do
yeah,
something with
cotton
it.
with wax. It's a great fire starter. Be
You
careful
can't-
around
you
a
Yeah,
can't
all right.
get him-
If
you
anything,
can't get him
if
to
anything.
make jar cloth out of his jacket that he loves. Every time he's out in the wild and he has to make a fire, he'll be crying.
You
Feeling a
can
little
always
bit off.
remember it.
Peeling a little bit off.
Oh, excellent. No, that's cool. I mean, I love you pay a fortune for proper waxed jackets, though, like country wear kind of stuff.
Do you know?
You pay
I've
a
only-
fortune for it. So
I've
if it
only-
works well, I'd be interested. Very interested.
I've only got 2 waxed products. I've got a Barbary hat, a waxed cotton hat, which came that way. You bought it that way, and I've also got one of those trench coat type things that randomly I had a voucher for.
Like
and
a
I bought
duster.
it. Yeah, it's one of the. You look like you should be carrying. You look like death carrying one of those big things when you walk
Scythe.
around. Yeah, it looks like a horror movie or something. But weirdly, I had a voucher for it, and it was at that store Bushwear that you visited in Stirling. That's where I
Yes,
got it.
yeah.
I was like, you know what, I'll get it and maybe I'll use it. I've never wore it. It's in that cupboard because it does look a bit weird. But I think, if I can wax my own jacket, my own clothing, that would be
cool.
That would be cool because, and it's much cheaper to do this. Like a wax cotton jacket like the M65, something similar. Like if you were to buy one like straight off the shelf, you're talking 400 or 500 quid, right?
Yeah.
That jacket you can get for 80 quid. And then I bought this 100% organic beeswax for, I think it cost me £4 for 500 grams. And you also have to mix some oil in it as well. That cost a couple of quid. And, so if you can make a £70 jacket into something that would otherwise cost you £400 or £500 and it extends the life and the usability of it, that's a fantastic way of upgrading clothing
I'm
that you already have.
genuinely looking forward to this video because
Can I ask a question, Alan?
Yeah, sure, CR.
You mentioned
Go
about
ahead.
the oil. Is the oil to soften the wax to make it more malleable?
The oil. So from what I understand from the research I've did, some people just use nothing but wax and then they try and rub the wax in, but it doesn't penetrate the material as well. So you have to do 2 parts wax to 1 part natural oil.
Okay, I see.
I forget which type of oil it is. I've got it downstairs. Add 1 part of that to the wax, and what that does is it allows it to penetrate into the materials because there's a process of heating involved. You put the wax on, then there's a whole process you have to go through when you heat it, and you do it several times until it impregnates into it. So
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'll go through the whole thing in the video when I get around to doing it, and then a couple of months from now or whenever I post the video, you'll see what I'm talking about. But it should be interesting because I actually think that jacket will look cool as hell waxed. I've never seen one waxed before, so that'll be
I think it
interesting.
just makes it like really dark and wet looking.
Yeah, and it's a black. I've got the black version, so it'll be interesting to see how it looks. And it's kind of
shiny.
I've had it for like 5 years, so it's already got that kind of rough look about it.
Yeah, I could
What
see that being
about,
useful for you there.
What is it called? Oilcloth?
Well, it's waxed cotton jackets. So I think, is it oilcloth or is that something different? Because there are some petroleum based oils you can impregnate clothing with in order to make them water repellent. The beeswax system was originally used by like fishermen and stuff way back in the day before waterproof materials were a thing. You could just wax your own clothing, because cotton gets a bad rep as a survival material. A lot of people say, "Oh, cotton kills." Well, yeah, it kills if you use it wrong, but otherwise, it's actually a fantastic material. It's warm, it's very rugged, it's affordable, it's repairable, it's good. It's a great survival material, but you don't want to be wet
useful
with
in
it.
the summer.
Yeah, it's great in the well. I use it in the summer. I've got different
Yeah,
jackets
yeah,
for
I
different
mean, like,
seasons.
yeah.
But if you wax it, then it adds another barrier to it, and you can use it in the winter time as well. So, yeah, it's on topic as well with what we're talking about. It's just I just randomly remembered I was going to make the first part of that video tonight.
Well,
No,
clearly,
is it-
I need to try something like that. If Alan's doing it, clearly the rest of us, we could try something. But you try first, Alan. You try
We'll
first, you
wait
try
to
first.
see Alan's results. There
Yeah,
we
yeah,
go.
Yeah, I would like to see the
Finish, post
results
the
myself.
video.
I was going to say we can all screw an item of clothing up together. We can.
Oh.
I don't want to ruin this Gucci shirt.
Alan's successful. Next video on my channel: waxed boxer shorts. There we go. Think of the uses yourself. Yeah, I'm not even going to go there.
I can't think of any uses for waxed boxer shorts.
That would be quite.
You're not
stiff,
thinking hard
basically.
enough.
Hey, Mike, remember
Funny,
to make
Mike.
a shorts out of it. Right.
You can make char cloth out of it.
That's it.
Your emergency Tinder. That's always on you.
Tender.
We need
tender
a fire.
Tinder.
1 second.
Hold on, let me rip a piece of my boxers off. There we go. It's all waxed up and ready to go. Ugh.
Yeah. That's your description on Tinder.
That's gonna be an interesting everyday carry video the next time.
Yeah.
What do you usually see, Mike? Well, I got these boxers.
Mike's new channel, The Adventures of Under Tinder.
Under Tinder.
And
You should use that as a
That
hashtag.
sounds like a Minecraft villain. I don't know.
Use that as a hashtag.
He just pulls Tinder out of his drawers. You need a fire? You need a fire. Fire for you. Fire for everyone as he's pulling things out of his drawers.
Oh dear.
Tell you what, as well, we've not really talked about it yet, but some energy saving ideas. Because before I came on the live, I quickly looked up some ways of saving energy in the household. I didn't realize this at the time, but I mean, you guys know what phantom power is, which is basically
Yes.
it's devices you've got on standby and stuff in your house.
Yeah. All your
Your
transformers
TV.
plugged in all the time, your chargers.
Yeah. Do you know that uses 10% of your household energy, or it can
Yep.
do? I didn't realize it was as much as that. I knew it had a bit of a draw, a bit of a pull, but
10%? Wow, I didn't.
as much as 10%. It says between 5 and 10%, but a lot of households use a lot of phantom power. And one of the biggest culprits is microwaves, clocks that do nothing. The clock on your cooker, which does bugger all as well, but needs you have to put the main power for the cooker on just for that to operate. And then, of course, everybody's aware of like TVs and overcharging phones overnight and things like that as well. But yeah, I mean,
Thanks.
If
it's a
somebody
really-
can tell me a way to master getting kids to turn lights off, then I'm all ears.
Yeah, but do you
know where the breaker box is and just shut it all off. Be like, you didn't shut it off. You just lost 12 hours of light.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If you're using
something out again? Are we testing something?
if you're using like LED bulbs and
Preparedness
USB
drill?
lights, they're not drawing a lot of power, right? I mean, they use a lot less. It's just like 12 volts or whatever.
Well, your USB light, if it's plugged into one of those little charger bricks, those things, any charger that's plugged into the wall, whether you're using it or not, is burning energy.
Yeah.
Period. I did it on my Jackery. I just wanted to see. I took my iPad brick and I just plugged it in, It was drawing 2 watts, just sitting there. Nothing
Yeah.
plugged into it. You plug in your iPad to it. Okay, now it's 12 watts. But yeah, it just draws a watt or 2, just sitting there doing nothing. So all of those chargers with the cables hanging out in your house, where it's convenient, you come home and you just plug your phone in, you're good to go. Well, great. You just wasted a whole bunch of energy over the course of the year. It was like, it's only a couple pennies a day. It's like, okay, times 6 chargers times 365 days. That's like $20.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the same people are not bothered about the fuel price because it's only gone up by 10 pence or 20 pence or 30 pence. And what's 30 pence? It's nothing, right? You can't even buy a Mars bar for that anymore.
So can I add something in, and I'll tie it into
No, sorry, you can't. Nope.
Oh, mark my words, I will.
I know.
No, but if you think about it, let's say if you were running one of those, what's it called, home Generac or those home backup power, right? And you had to run it, right? It'd probably be smart to unplug certain things, I guess, right?
Actually, so if you think about it, if you have to run a generator and you're not going to run it 24/7 for a whole week or 2, if the power's out, just in a normal power outage situation, you're probably only going to run it because you're going to be using fuel. When that thing's running, no, you're going to plug anything that needs charging, you're going to plug it in. That way, when you shut the power off, you now have your LED, USB lights, whatever, that are all charged up. And you can run them all night long. The next day, fire up the generator for a few hours, get your freezers cold again, and then shut it back off so you can conserve fuel. That's when you want to charge stuff, not when you're just running off the grid and you're not home for 3 weeks and you're on vacation.
No, I'm like saying like something
plugged
like
in the wall.
microwave or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I cook on. We have gas here. I'm not stuck with just electric, so we have a power outage. My gas stove still works. The auto igniter doesn't work. So, I don't know. Let me flick my Bic, light the burner, cook dinner.
It's amazing how many people wouldn't even do that though in this day and age.
They don't know how to do it. They're like, I got no power. My stove. I hear gas, but my stove isn't igniting. Shut it off. You're going to blow the house up. Okay.
I can hear the but not the
Yeah. Exactly.
I keep one of those long like barbecue lighters in the kitchen drawer for that scenario because sometimes it's temperamental anyway, and it's just easier for me to
just flick that Bic and light her up.
Flick it a Bic.
That's the oil, by the way. That's the good stuff, apparently. Pure raw linseed oil.
Oh, linseed oil is really nice.
That combined with this organic beeswax is the
Is that a half-liter
that's
linseed
good for your
oil?
wood as well.
Or
I think that's generally what.
I said 250 mil.
Or 200, yeah.
So according to the recipe I was looking at, I use 90 mils of this to 250 grams of this.
Okay.
And basically I paint it on the jacket, and there's several processes you have to go through in order to do it, and several heating processes, but we'll see how that turns out.
Hey, just to help you out, if you're going to run that jacket through the wash machine, don't add fabric softener to it.
The very first step is to take the jacket and wash it without fabric softener or anything like that.
Right.
Just
fabric softener actually puts a coating on there and won't let anything in. That's why your towels, which feel nice and soft, just smear water all over your body and don't dry anything, because the fabric softener coats the fibers and it feels soft, but it won't absorb anything.
Yeah. So the first process I'm going to do is you wash it to get all of the stuff that's already in there out, so it'll be clean. And then when I get it, I've got some minor repairs that I need to do to the jacket. Then I start that process, and there's a whole thing that I've been looking into. So it should be interesting.
That jacket's really dirty. Yeah, wash it in whatever your regular detergent you're using. But I would wash it a second time and just with it like a half a cup of borax. Just borax.
Right.
Nothing else. There's no odors to it. There's no other chemicals in it. It actually totally breaks down and rinses out. Some of these Tide and all these things they smell good and all that. Yeah, there's additives in there that are going to get trapped in the fibers that could make your oiling splotchy looking.
Yeah. I'd seen some people actually say just do a hot wash with nothing at all, just hot water.
Yeah.
And just you wash it out that way, and then you'll just be left with the fabric itself, which makes a lot of sense. So
I hope you have better luck than I did when I tried to dye my camouflage jacket. I tried to black dye my camouflage jacket to make a more deeper green thing, and the coating on the camouflage jacket must have just been too strong for the dye. It just said "fuck you," and it just like a 3-hour painstaking process in and out of the washing machine and then into a bucket and stuff like this. And then when it all came out, it was like, it's the same.
Yeah, many years ago, I tried to make my own ghillie suit when I was basically still a kid, and that involved a process of dyeing a certain amount of fabric brown and a certain amount of fabric green, and then you put it in a tumble dryer, and then all this process. I dyed the inside of my mother's tumble dryer, and for weeks, that was going on the clothing, and I was just like in complete denial. I don't know how that. I don't know
I made my own ghillie, but you can buy the Hessian already in different colors. You know this, right?
Well, no, you probably can now, but back in my day, you couldn't. I just literally got a bunch of Hessian bags and dyed it myself.
Back in my day, we're the same age.
I used to dye my own Hessian. I didn't go fancy buying Hessian online, But I am talking about. I must have been maybe 13 or 14. So this is pre-Amazon days.
Yeah.
Pre-Amazon days. Sorry. 13 or 15 years old. I was probably married and had all 3 of my kids were born at that point.
Hang on, Daddy?
No. Well, no. I never hung out with any Scottish women. Or Irish women or English women.
No.
What are you looking for, Mike?
My oil. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay. 2 seconds will fly by pretty quick.
Just reading through some of the comments there as well.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, some of the notes I made for this are largely to do with gear and materials and things like that, and some of the ways that you can try and keep on top of the repairs and the maintenance and stuff like that. We've not really talked about food waste or water waste or any of that stuff really either. Huge amount of food waste. 30, according to one site that I've got here, 30 to 40% of households. Say this is the UK food something. What is it? It's government website about wastage. Roughly 30 to 40% of food waste occurs in each household weekly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So, I mean, that's a lot. I mean, 40% of the food you buy, according to this, just gets thrown in the bin.
Yeah,
because they buy it on sale. They buy it on. It's like, today, years ago, it's like, steak is on sale. They buy like 3 or 4 steaks, and you eat 2 of them. And the other one, they don't rewrap it. They just throw that styrofoam pack with the saran in the freezer. 3 weeks later, it's freezer burned. They find it a year later, throw it in the trash.
Yeah,
so that sale price was worthless. You paid more. Yeah.
It actually mentions freezer burn here. Like they did a survey of UK households, and a huge amount of people every year have to empty their entire freezer of like half a bag of chips and half a bag of this and half a bag of that.
They don't seal it up right. Yeah,
the fish finger that fell out the box and now is part of the freezer because it's in the frost. And everyone must have had that at some point. I'm telling you, defrosting the freezer and there's just a wet fish finger floating in the bottom, like really lonely.
I've had freezers that were an archaeological dig.
Yeah.
You let it thaw out. It's like you start seeing things. It's like, I don't even remember that. You pull it out. It's like, oh my God, this thing is like 9 years old in the package still. It's free. It's a box with, potato skins or something in it that they went freezer burned 3 weeks after you bought it because you didn't need them. Yeah. And it's just buried in a block of ice because the defrost didn't work on the freezer. It's like, time to defrost the freezer. Open it up. It's like, ooh. It was on sale. Good thing I should have just taken my money and thrown it in the trash can.
I was with my ex, and we went away for a week, and the seal must have been broken, or the door must have been not fully closed, or something. But the freezer had overcompensated for this, and I opened the freezer to a wall of ice. Literally,
Wow.
It was me with a chisel, with a hairdryer, with hot water, everything, trying to just even get a space to put a bowl of hot water in there to let it do. It was horrendous. It was like a
So it went
6-hour
Titanic.
job trying to
That's
hack
a
away the
logistic
ice.
nightmare, basically.
Yeah, trying to save the food. It's like digging around. What's this? Oh, it's nothing.
I can't tell. It's frozen. It's
That's
solid
not
piece.
digging. That's an excavation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you use an ice pick?
No, good. I'm a man's man. I just got the biggest chisel I could find in my toolbox and went, right, I'm having this with a mallet.
He called Alan up and borrowed his ice axe.
Yes. Edmund Hillaried it.
Yeah. Honey, where are you going? I'm reaching for the fish and chips. I'll be back in an hour. I'm going in.
What's
It's
that in the
interesting.
bottom?
See,
Is that a fish finger? No, it's Captain Scott.
See, Grumpy Adventures is saying there that in World War II, food waste was collected and fed to pigs. Funnily enough, I was actually just reading a thing the other day where they were saying that in the UK in the 18th century, right up until basically 1940s, it was incredibly common for people to keep a pig. That was just a common thing for people to do, and they actually used to call it the poor man's bank account because it was very cheap to buy and raise a pig and then sell it, for the meat afterwards. And that only stopped becoming widespread in the 1940s. So people never wasted anything. They would buy a piglet and then they would fatten it up with food scraps and then sell the pig or slaughter the pig and have pork and then just do the same thing over and over again. And it's the same with people keeping like small holdings of chickens and stuff like that as well. It's like we've just moved away from all that kind of stuff. I imagine in rural sort of the United States, it was relatively common for people to have like a milking cow, or a couple of goats or something.
My mom did.
Well,
Yep.
there you go. I mean, that was just normal.
I had a pig, but before I could sell it to market, she divorced me. So, I mean, there's not much I can do.
It is what it is.
It is.
Did you fatten it up first?
Allegedly so.
Yeah.
Allegedly, hey.
And you do become a poor man in that case because they take everything off of you as well. Yeah.
I left with a bag of clothes.
Well,
I was just happy to escape. It's fine. Oh, good times.
running away with your preps and what you can carry. You'll have bottles like this, so it won't be linseed oil. You'll have jars of it. You can.
I mean, I didn't prep back then. Luckily, I had tools, but that's it. So yeah, I was more of a survivalist back then. One man survivalist with his cruiser Yamaha dragster bike. That was it.
The minimalist survivalist.
Yeah.
People
I'm just leaving. I'll figure it out when I get there.
If it
People
didn't
living
fit
out
in
of
my
a
panniers,
backpack.
it never came. It was simple as that.
Yeah. It's a very pure way of living. There was a time long time ago where I basically lived out of a backpack as well. All of my possessions would fit in a hold all basically, and you could sofa surf and things like that.
Prepping doesn't do this, right? This chaos behind me. Family does this. Yeah. When I was on my own, the first time I got a 2-bedroom house on my own, there was a chair, a bed, and my clothes. I'm like, I did no ornaments, nothing on the side, nothing like this. One frying pan that cooked all meals, didn't matter. Cast iron, didn't matter.
Yeah.
Cook it in the breakfast fat, it was fine. That
One
was
fork,
how I
one
lived.
spoon.
And it was amazing. My bank account was healthy. Then you have kids and misses, and the bank account just goes down, and you hoard.
Well, in your case, you have a missus, then kids, then another missus, then kids, then another missus, then more kids, and you don't have a bank account anymore.
But you have
What
created
bank
an army.
The child support services just own my bank account.
Just take it all. Just take it all.
The very first flat I had when I was younger, the very first place I had of my own, my bed was in the living room, and I had a mini fridge, I had a TV, a PlayStation, some camping gear, and some clothes. And I remember my grandmother at the time, who brought me up, she came around, she was like, what is this? What is going on here? Why aren't you using the bedrooms? And I was like, well, logically, everything I need is in this one room, and this is a bigger room. It makes more sense for me just to have everything in here. I thought I had the perfect setup. I was literally living, well, I was like 22 years old or something. I'm like, I've got my bed, I don't need chairs. What do I need a sofa for? Nobody comes to visit. I've got a TV, I've got a PlayStation, I've got a tent, a camping gear. I don't need anything else in life.
Alan's bringing a girl home, opening the door like, welcome to my crack den. There's a mattress on the floor.
Here's my
yourself at home.
Well, that's the thing. When you're in your early 20s, it does kind of look like a bit of a crack den. Because I remember my gran as well saying, "Where's your kettle?" I was like, "It's in the corner." And she's like, "Where's your freezer?" I was like, "I don't need a freezer. What do I need a freezer for? I buy stuff and I eat it."
Oh, how not to live.
Yeah, things have improved since then. I will say that. Now I just fill.
Yeah, now
his kayaks and electrical.
Yeah, his room has a kayak in it now.
Yeah. You all think this is the spare room. This is actually just my living room. This is just how I live.
He's not sat on a chair, he's sat on his bed talking.
Yeah, this just reclines right back, and I just,
Now, you would do well in a tiny house then. At least you don't have to pay rent. You just own it, and you can take it wherever you want, maybe.
That's it.
We laugh, but I mean, I think we were lucky. We were probably the last lucky generation, Alan. I was able to leave home at 16 sort of thing. I had my own place when I was like 18, 19, and it was... Now you can't do it. There's people 20 odd year old living at home with the parents because they can't afford the rents and stuff like that. And it's just insane. I know people my age now who live in a HMO, which is a house of multiple occupancy. They pay rent for our room, and that is it.
Mm-hmm. It's funny enough. We actually started off this podcast talking about that, just the cost of living, how that's changed over the years, and people are spending 50% of their salary now on rent. They don't even own the house; they're just renting it.
At least 50%. At least 50%.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know if we were the generation. I think we missed out a little bit as well. We're millennials technically, aren't we? I think anybody born after 84 is a millennial.
We missed out on the. Probably our generation missed out on the cheaper houses by getting on the property ladder, but rents were still dirt cheap. You could still, rent relatively cheap all the way up into a certain age and stuff like that. So I think we had more available. I remember like working a minimum wage job and being able to afford a 2-bedroom flat with a bathroom and still manage to go out drinking every single weekend and have money for terrible choices like kebabs and takeaways afterwards.
Just as a quick example, because we're talking about it, that first flat I was talking about, I ended up living in that flat for 10 years, actually. It was a great 1-bedroom flat. I only moved, eventually I had kids and stuff, so I had to move. But I got that flat off the council originally. I paid £250 a month rent to the council. It cost me £40 for electricity and £10 a month for gas. That was it.
I'd love that now.
You just can't get that now. That same place would cost. I mean, granted, back then I was only making, I don't know, maybe £1,700 a month. But still, it's plenty.
That's a lot of expendable income after them bills.
Yeah, it's plenty expendable. You can't do that now. Good luck with that now.
The cheapest rental on my road is a 2-bedroom, and that's at like $1,500 at the moment a month.
Yeah, and so
that's what my one of my kids and her spouse got an apartment in the next town over, and they were renting a part of a house with a friend, but then mom sold the house, so they had to buy it or move out. And the two of them working. She works from home, he works out, and the two of them alone, like 60% of their income every month goes to rent. And they're on a 3rd floor, no elevator. It's an outside staircase thing. And it's an apartment complex, but they got it's a dining room and 2 bedrooms and a smaller kitchen. Really, their dining room, living room area is one area, and it's small. They got it packed in there pretty good, but they're paying stupid money for it, and it's basically what they're paying in rent. I pay on my mortgage.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
But
mad.
they can't afford a mortgage because you don't have a down payment. So yeah, there's that. And
in a way, this is why the economy has to crash at some point.
Yeah,
Because
Something
it can't keep going on this trajectory. It just can't. No,
It's
people
like-
can't move out.
it's like the old joke of The Simpsons. You know, when the TV show The Simpsons first came out. When did
Yeah.
that first come out? It was like the 80s or something. And then
yeah,
I know
90s,
it's still on. It's like on season 3000 or something just now.
yeah.
But it was completely normal when they created The Simpsons to imagine that a household of 3 kids, 1 income, 2 cars, 4-bedroom detached house with a garage, and Homer could afford all that as a safety supervisor.
Dopey Homer with no intelligence can make the money to pay
Yeah.
for it. Yeah.
And that's
December 17th, 1989 was the debut show.
well, there you go. And they created that house thinking that this is an everyman common sort of scenario. You know,
Yeah. Well, it
just don't
was.
know.
Now it's a
was
mansion.
until at that point. Yeah, exactly.
I did remember actually seeing somebody make this point and say, but he was a nuclear safety inspector. They're probably paid quite well. I was like, I doubt it. You know,
I don't know.
How did he
Not
get
if, not
this
if, not
job?
if,
Did
not
they
if a
ever
nuclear
explain?
rod falls in your pocket and winds up in the street on the way home. Maybe not.
Did they
Yeah.
ever explain how he got that job? I know we're completely off track here, but
I think they did. I can't remember, but I actually think there was an episode where they explain it.
oh, madness. Because the housing waiting list is so long, they're stepping up and helping the locals. Oh, down Kent, the travelling community has opened up the sites for people to rent caravan at affordable prices. I mean, a friend of mine, Leanne Mack, lives on a like one of those holiday home caravan, you know, like you'd go and rent it for a week, but he lives permanently in one of them and he got a monthly rate for it. So, but there's laws against it as well, technically. If you want to live in a caravan on a holiday park, you can only do it for 11 months out of the year, I believe. So you've got to have a holiday somewhere for a month if you're doing it. But
It's
even
like,
then, 600, 700 quid a month is still expensive if you stay in a caravan.
I mean, van life became quite popular in the UK.
Yeah.
For
And
this kind of reason.
they crapped on that too, didn't they?
Yeah, it is illegal, I believe, to sleep in a van outside of a designated parking area in the UK. I mean, you're not allowed to just sort of pull up on the verge of a road and sleep in your van. I don't think
Unless you're sitting behind the steering wheel and cop says, why are you sleeping? It's like, because I was tired, didn't want to wreck. Okay, move on.
Yeah,
Big signs, tiredness can kill, followed by no sleeping or parking here. It's like,
Yeah,
make your
everywhere.
mind up.
yeah. It's one of those rules. It's weirdly, strangely enough, in Scotland, for example, you can camp anywhere you like in Scotland. We have the right to camp anywhere you like. But the way that they get around it is you're not allowed to legally park a car where you like, though. So you can park anywhere you like, but you can't park your car anywhere. So how do you get to the place? You know, and that's the way that they get around it.
Yeah, that annoys me that you can't wild camp in the UK.
Well, in England you can't, but here you can.
Sorry, just ordering a coffee. No, it's it's mad. The cost of living is what's probably is. I mean, we talk about all these SHTF scenarios when we talk on prep and chats and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We talk about CMEs, we talk about World War III, we talk about, nuclear war, all sorts of different reasons that it could all happen, the end of days, however you want to see it. I think just the cost of living is most people's SHTF. And everything we're talking about here about zero waste and make, do, and mend and growing your own, that's combating the cost of living. That is now. That needs to happen now, not when something happens. It's honestly, because we're victims of a society where we think if there's a hole in something, we have to go and buy a new one. There's no repairing. There's nothing like that. I remember my only housewarming gift off my parents when I moved out was a big basket full of sewing stuff, like every parent has. She said, I know you'll never buy yourself one, so here you go.
Did you get the metal tin full of buttons too?
No, there was a plastic thing of buttons there. It was the classic wicker wicker basket one where it's got a
I got one of
spongy
those.
lid so you can put your pins in the top. You know,
Yep.
one of those. Yeah.
No, I was gifted grandma's button bucket. It was the metal cookie tin from the 30s or 40s that it's every shirt or anything that lost a button or had a button or they got rid of it or she found it went in there. And you can almost guarantee you could find either one matching button for what you had or 6 buttons to replace all of them so they'd all look the same.
It just passed down through the generations.
Exactly.
That's what happened with me every time. If a button came off, it's like my gran would go, "Oh, I'll fix that." I'm like, "Gran, there's no way you've got a button that says Ben Sherman on there, right?" Because that was the shirts in the 90s, right? And she was like, "All right, okay, I'll put some new ones on." Suddenly, I'm going out for a night out with a Ben Sherman shirt with wooden buttons on. It's like people are like, "What the is that?"
It's the new
retro.
Ben Sherman.
It's retro, honestly. Oh, somebody in the comments, XO Goffs has said Homer held a protest to get the power plant shut down, and then Mr. Burns hired them as the safety inspector.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. Yeah,
it's as easy as that, kids.
They've done like 1 million episodes, so they will have explained it at some point.
CR is showing off his button collection.
Oh, wait. Let me turn that upside down.
He just
okay.
That looked like a row of beads on my screen there. I thought he was showing us something else.
I thought it was like a far distant view of donuts.
Muchas gracias.
Did you just cut those off your shirt to take? Did you just cut those off your shirt to make that picture?
Yeah.
Stood there flopping in the wind.
I just tore it off the buttons. I don't need these, right?
Do they still teach it in school, Alan?
But yeah.
They did with me, home economics.
Probably not.
Yeah, we had it.
No, they don't.
I remember that
anymore.
Yeah, I took home ec.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And I went to culinary school. I was the pride and joy of my cooking teacher. The only person that ever went to culinary school that she ever taught.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't think they teach any of that now. It's madness. It's
not useful skills.
Nope. They just teach you how to whatever. They teach to the test so you can go on and get a college degree worth nothing and spend the rest of your life paying debt.
Yeah, pretty much. Well,
with no practical skills.
Yeah.
Yeah, what'd you get a degree in? I got a master's in business. What business? Oh, I don't know. Where do you work now? Starbucks.
Can you cook?
There's nothing like the good old days of making some horrendous attempt at an apple pie in school, bringing it home, forcing your parents to try it, and watching their fake.
Okay, you can take me off this shadow. Anyways,
I'd say education used to be a useful thing, but now you've got thousands of people who have got degrees in gender studies or something, and you're just like, okay.
All right, now you have CR running the show.
Welcome to the CR channel.
Shadow.
With my special guest.
Yeah.
You got CRs taking up the whole screen.
Yeah.
I can't see.
You usually do.
It was a bad time to take a nap there, Shadow.
Do you guys have repair kits, like a purpose, like a sewing kit that you repair clothes with?
I actually keep a little sewing kit in my go-around bag. Not really a bug-out bag. It goes in my car with me when I have to go further than about 10 miles.
I've still got the big one that I got as that housewarming gift. I've always added to it, but I've also got loads of little, they call them housewives, I think. The little sewing sets. Yeah,
there was a little plastic threefold with 4 different color threads, a little pair of scissors that are worthless. Yeah. The thing that threads the needle and like 4 needles.
You may as well just you don't even cut the thread.
Yeah. It used to be the case. I used to carry around like a housewife kit, as it was called. As part of my pack, I had needles and threads and buttons and all that kind of stuff. But see, to be honest, I must have carried that around for 20 years, never used it. So I stopped carrying it. And now the only repair kit I carry is something like this. This is just an old plastic card with some basically duct tape wrapped around it, and I can make just about any material repair with that quickly in the bush, and then fix it when I come home if that's what I want to do.
Get home. Yeah, I always had a sewing kit on me. I've been at many business meetings where we're all in the hotel and we're all walking down to go to the meeting, and one of the guys is like I can't believe I ripped the button off. I'm like, come on, back to
They've-
the room. Go back
I'm
up
not
there.
even-
He's like, you literally brought a sewing kit on a business trip. It's like, I always have a little sewing kit with me.
I'm not even using them on to cut anything, and they feel like they're gonna break.
Yeah, exactly. They're just crappy, cheap Chinese scissors made in wherever.
Yeah, and a tape measure. That's if you get it wet, it will just dissolve. A little paper tape measure there.
No paper tape, which is probably not even accurate, but close enough.
Close enough. Oh, and it even comes with its own spare 2 completely useless buttons that will never fit. Probably smaller than most shirt holes.
It'll get you through.
I could never get away with wearing the thimble though. I'd rather just prick my finger by accident.
Oh, you mean
Use
your kit
pliers.
didn't come with that little flat aluminum piece with the thin wire on it, the needle thredder that you poke through the hole in the needle, put the thread on
I
there,
know
pull
what
it
those.
back through? Come on, I
use
got
them.
one of those in mine.
I use them. Yeah, I use them. But with the sewing set, the big one, it's got the thimble, so you can put your thumb over, and when you're sewing through, you don't stab yourself in the thumb. But yeah, I just don't bother with that. I just bleed over everything instead.
I use pliers.
The thing I
mean-
like, rather than having a dedicated kit, like a little kit like Mike was showing there, because I had one of them for years as well, and then never used it. It goes back to what we were saying earlier, where it's like you have items in your kit that are kind of dual use. So if I wanted to sew something up, I carry this kind of cordage with me anyway, which is just it's fin gauge bank line, and it's on a spool here with a cutter. So if I needed to sew something for some reason, I've got that cordage, and then on the back of my sheath knife, I've got a sail needle.
I mean that's some big cordage though, right? You best hope it's not. You don't want to do a subtle little repair on a white shirt because you'll have this like black stitch in it.
Yeah,
If you're out in the bush and you're wearing a white shirt, you probably don't belong out in the bush or you're washed.
But the thing
Listen,
is, I mean, see if you're just
white
making like
cotton shirt, it's good.
see if you're just making a quick repair like that, like I say, just a little piece of this tape right over it, that'll do. Just tape it up, tape up you don't need to sew it up.
I must
Yeah,
admit
just to get
that's
back
why
on.
I love the ripstop stuff that you get, the ex-army surplus ripstop stuff, and it looks like little squares all over it, and that's designed if you catch it on like a bit of barbed wire, it only rips as far as one square. It doesn't then just go down there.
They say that, right? But I have managed.
I've done it.
It does, most of the time it does. I have also managed to rip a jacket, and it just kind of looks like this all the way down. Yeah, I've managed to.
It's followed the steps.
It's stepped its way all the way down, but the ripstop stuff was great when it first came out.
I think with everything, the first edition of that stuff is really good, and then every reorder they're trying to save money in materials, so it just gets worse and worse. If you get a modern one, it probably just won't work.
Yeah.
Well, they make the material thinner and thinner. That was always the problem. The denier material, they because they want lighter weight garments and cheaper to make garments, they make the material thinner. It gets to a point where it doesn't matter if it's ripstop, if it's as light as a bloody parachute material, but made of cheap material. It's just going to rip apart anyway.
Yeah.
Zoop.
You'll all be in ripped up materials in the apocalypse, and you'll see me walking around in my American Civil War uniform, lovely and warm. Like,
what a bizarre sight that would be, the way. Can you imagine post-apocalyptic Manchester or whatever, and there's a Civil War guy from the Americas just strutting down the street.
There's Mike hunting a
must be
squirrel with
Mike.
an Enfield musket. Hang on.
I think that's Mike, guys. I think that's him. Sure looks like him.
Everybody's picking through the trash and rubble, and Mike's just walking around with his military gear on with a musket.
That's it. Chewing my hardtack, laughing at the plebs.
What side were you? Were you the blue or the grey side?
I've done both.
Right.
So my stepdad started the American Civil War Society in the UK in the 70s. Like, you can Google him and find pictures of him all over the place. And when he first met my mum, he was a Confederate. He was in charge of the Confederate side. So obviously we were Confederates. And then once he stopped doing it, but I was a bit older and I carried on going with friends of ours. I joined the 2nd Wisconsin on the Union side. But yeah, it was all great fun.
He decided it wasn't worth being on the losing side all the time.
Do you know what? No, I couldn't handle the hangovers. I was with the 43rd North Carolina, which was an infamous regiment in the American Civil War. And at 14, I'm sat around a campfire and hip flasks constantly appeared in front of you. And you just had to take a swig and pass it on. It's like, what's that? Oh, fucking Pernod. Oh, what's that? Absinthe. Oh, you know? Yeah. I was the most ratted 14-year-old.
The South will rise again.
I had to change sides for my livers, for my kidneys. But yeah, it was good. The best time of my life, because anyone that gets into reenacting, they'll know. No mobile phone, no nothing, no bills, no worries, no mortgage. For a weekend, you are in that place and nothing else bothers you. It is the ultimate de-stress. It really is.
Yeah, I'd quite fancy doing something like that. Like you say, we'll think of something to do as well, which would be quite cool. Actually, see, another idea on the mending kit, because people are saying that they've got different mending kits. I used to carry a glue stick with me sometimes. Do you know the type that you have to melt with a glue gun?
Yes,
melt it with a lighter.
You can melt.
You just melt it with a lighter.
There you go.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, that's a great thing to carry.
Yep. Heat it up, drip it on, stops ripping.
Yep.
Yeah.
I actually need to do that to my tent.
That's what I use.
Brand new Coleman tent. We took it out last year to the food show, and we got a massive windstorm. The tent literally folded flat, but it ripped one of the fly line seams on the edge. It still works, but it just ripped the little overlap seam that the string tied to. And I gotta, before it shreds, I gotta hit it with the glue gun just to put it back. It's nylon, so I could probably just iron it really hot and melt it back together again.
Yeah.
Super thin.
Yeah.
You can use.
I also have the bank line too.
Top tip for you there, CR, in the comments. The top tip for you there, CR. Ladders in tights can be prevented by painting nail varnish around the snag, so you know how to save your tights now, CR.
Well, just in case I'm on a tight budget, right?
Oh, come on, we know
Rob
you
would so fire me for that.
we know you got some. We know you got some nail polish around somewhere.
Wait, hold on. Hold on.
See,
Wait, maybe I'll go get it. Hold on.
You can get like seam grip and stuff like that as well, which is pretty good. You can use that on clothing or tents and stuff like that as well.
Crazy glue works too. Yeah,
these are self-adhesive patches that are used for air mattresses.
Yeah, you always get a little bag of them when you buy one every time, don't you? Yeah.
I always keep them, and I put them all into a little pouch. I've weirdly just got the little pouch right here, like my little repair kit. And the only reason I carry this is purely for air mattresses. And
why did that look like a condom on the thumb side there? A little gold square.
It's definitely not. You're definitely not going to know what a condom looks like.
Your nail polish.
Oh, you just got burned there, Mike. You just burned.
No, it's alcohol wipes. That's what it is. I also have a bunch of alcohol wipes.
Mike knows what his condom looks like. He just keeps it in a sewing kit with unkempt needles and pins.
This would be a place where he would keep a condom. A random sewing kit.
And there's the clear nail polish.
Hey, nail polish is useful.
Clear nail polish is very useful. Yeah.
I've used it for many different things. Right.
I don't.
It's very useful. Oh, hey, I was gonna say to you guys, I have some of this too. This air cordage that I use for sewing sometimes. It's actually kite string.
All right.
Yeah, not the cheap cardboard roll kite string with that old gala kite you bought, but the good kite string.
Hey,
well, yeah, I mean, usually it's. Hi, CB. Like usually it's
CB's going to get a rabbit for dinner.
So, yeah, usually it's twisted so you can get individual strands, just like the bank line. If you need something more fine,
you could get Kevlar thread and things as well, which is quite good.
Of course.
I think it's I've always found Kevlar thread to be it's shiny and it's kind of slippery. I don't find it as useful as certain kinds of bank line. By the way, the bank line that I was showing, this is a very thin gauge bank line and it's untarred. This is the untarred version of it.
You don't like the shiny one, says the man about to wet look his entire coat.
That's different. That's different.
That's a totally different thing, Mark.
I actually think I've got some of that Kevlar thread somewhere. Is this it? Can't remember.
Is it as good as everyone claims it as is? Like, I know
No.
it's strong. Okay, because like I've never had it or had it in my hands or whatever. But I'm like, is it as good as everyone thinks it says it? It's like, oh yeah, you got this, you can do this and that, and it's stronger and all this stuff. I'm like,
I don't think the tensile strength for Kevlar thread is much more than a similar gauge bank line, to be honest. I think it's basically similar.
I see.
But I find that, like I say, it's got a kind of like a coating to it almost, which it comes loose. I think it's kind of tricky to use, so I've never found a real use for it. But I've got some lying around. That's like, I've got stuff all over the place in here that I've bought, used once, realised it isn't that good, and then moved on to something else. You know, we're talking about wastage here, and I've literally got a room full of stuff that I've used once.
Oh, how many of us have
on
on gear and haven't used it or barely used it? Yep, I'm raising my hand on that.
Yeah,
I'm
bad for that too, right? I mean,
I've just started the sort of like stuff that I only need in SHTF is started to be moved into the loft or into other spaces because it's just becoming chaos.
make caches out of it. That's what I was talking about earlier. Start putting it together.
I've got caches of food set up. I've got one there actually prepped, ready to put out somewhere, which I'll do a video on when I do it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
if you've got a cache of food, if you add a cooking pot to that, a drinks container, and a tarp, that's pretty decent. And then you could build on that.
Yeah. I just feel like it would be. I always picture it as like I'm going to get to this cache just needing food, and I'll have all the other stuff, so it's just going to be wasted. But I mean, I suppose if I've got it spare anyway, if it's going to be going, I've got about 27 tents. I could just throw a random tent, bury a random tent with every cache.
No, you definitely can. I mean, that's the thing. It's like I said earlier. I don't know if you were on when I was talking about it, but if I was to try and buy everything in one of my caches, it would cost a bloody fortune. But it's just old stuff. It's just stuff I've had for years, and all I've did is put it together as a kit now and say, "Oh, that's a complete kit." That's a whole, and that's the easy way of doing
things
it.
you tried before in the past.
It's just like old. I mean, I literally at one point had about 20 different tarps, and I don't need that many tarps, so I can either sell them, bin them, or put them to use. Why not just put one into every cache I've got?
Yeah,
along with a backpack and an old sleeping bag, and eventually you get a whole kit together. And
what do you put in those buckets or barrels to keep the moisture level down?
So most of the stuff is vacuum bagged. So most of the stuff is in vacuum bags, and then it's inside there as well. So it's not just willy-nilly sort of thrown in. And then on top of the vacuum bagged stuff, there's a couple of moisture absorbers in there.
Gotcha.
I check on it like so far, the few times that I've checked on my caches, none of them have ever had any moisture inside. So nothing's ingressed in. I'm expecting it to happen at some point. The barrel itself is obviously very water sealed. They're sealed.
Right.
But
does it have the? Do you have the big screw-on caps for that?
No, the ones I've got are the metal.
You got the metal ring around it.
The metal ring ratchet. So they seem to work okay at the moment.
You can always put a thin bead of silicone around the entire thing. Let it cure. Make sure it's nice and thin and smooth. Let it dry before you put the lid on there. That'll give it the extra, like rubberized, waterproof seal versus just plastic to plastic and the ratchet ring.
Yeah, because I mean, I was saying, like, you can think you've got a very, very weatherproof like cache. But if you just leave it for years and don't check on it, basically what you're trying to do is have yourself a bit of a time capsule. It's not a cache, it's a time capsule. Yeah. And because of the change in weather, the seasons change, and eventually it's just going to get wrecked. I mean, they're just because it's in the ground, it's going to rot away. It's degrading every day that it's there, really. So
Oh, that and the hot and cold. I mean, as it expands, contracts,
yeah.
it's basically breathing. It's going to pull in, going from hot to cold. It's going to pull in some outside air and moisture, probably.
Those are great.
These are the ones I got. They're smaller. They're from like a spice shop. They'll happily get rid of them for next to nothing. And they're not the metal ring ones, but it's a
screw on.
top lid.
Yeah. They get. What does it smell like? Does it smell like vinegar?
And then it's got that seal as well, which is pretty airtight. And then at the moment, this has just got lots of MRE stuff in there, as well as accessories and stuff. But it's got some oxygen absorbers in there as well. But this is going to get repacked anyway. So
be careful with O2 absorbers. If it's sealed up that well, it'll actually collapse the barrel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did that
I think
accidentally.
there's only 500 cc's in there though.
Then it probably didn't do anything. So
yeah,
the O2 absorbers just pull out oxygen, not moisture.
Right. I'll just get some silica ones. But yeah, this screws over quite tight, and it's got a hell of a seal on it anyway. But they, like my local spice shop that sells spices in wholesale, this is what it comes in. So they literally have these on the counter open, and people get scoops of stuff out of them. But when
they
they're
give
done
the buckets away for free.
They most of them will do if you ask nicely. But I went in there and said, "Can I have like 2 of the large ones and 4 of these? How much do you want?" He went, "Oh, give us a tenner." So I gave him a tenner for the lot, and he'd washed them out for me as well. So bonus.
Oh, sweet.
But yeah, that's what I'll be using for caches. Easier to bury than the giant barrels as well.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you could take a small barrel like that, fill it entirely with food, and then put that in between your bigger caches, and that gives you sort of an additional relay. Or if you lived in a country where you could stash ammunition or something, rather than carrying it all, that's what you would do. You would put it in those smaller barrels and things like that.
Well, I was actually thinking of putting things like this in a couple of them.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could stuff that you need like a resupply of as you work your way down a line or whatever.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah,
I think even in the UK,
CR showing us, it looks like a decapitated something.
I thought it was like a finger or something.
No, this is exactly what
like,
you guys were talking about earlier.
What, a piece of candy?
Down to the wax itself. This is actually Baby Bell.
All right.
So that's Baby Bell.
Yeah,
wax.
like I've shown this on the I've shown this on the channel before. I just broke it open.
Oh, what's the white stuff? Cheese?
No, it's cotton.
Oh.
You made your own fire.
Right.
Sorry, I'm like, it's Baby Bell, so when it's white, so you literally squeeze the Baby Bell into a cylinder.
Sorry.
Yum.
I'm not gonna lie. It looks like an infection I had when I was 19.
I really should choose.
All right.
Show. Oh, yes.
Would that work with was that a piece of cotton wool that was coming out of the side of it? So
I could just tease it out, right? I could just tease it out, and it'll take
just break it open,
even from a dead lighter. I've tried this several times now, right?
Yeah.
See, that's another thing I've noticed too. Yeah, because with that kind of stuff, like cheese wax, right? People just toss it. I see that all the time. I'm like, no, it's a useful item if you go camping or whatever. I mean, like something like that, or you get or whatever, right? Outdoor fire pit or something like that.
It's not paraffin based, though, is it? I mean, the Baby Bell wax.
I'm trying to remember. I think it's. I'm trying to remember. I should look into it because I know it's soft.
Is it beeswax?
I know it's soft. I know it's very soft, even at room temperature.
Yeah, could be beeswax.
Like, you can mold it, right? So, I mean, you're already buying the cheese, like let's say, or whatever, anyways, right? So, you get more use out of it, not just food, right? Because I thought that was the whole principle behind this, right? Get more out of things too, right?
Yeah, for sure.
It's food grade blend of paraffin wax and microcrystalline wax.
Food grade paraffin
wax.
Food grade paraffin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Food grade paraffin. There you go. That's all you need.
As if there was any such thing.
crystalline wax. Wow, that's new to me.
There you go.
Hmm.
That's the red wax specifically used on baby bells. It is non-toxic, safe if accidentally ingested. So,
Oh yeah, it better be. It's on. It's literally stuck to your food.
I would hope
Like,
so.
do not eat. Like, why is it stuck to my cheese?
I love when you open things and it's got little packets in of the silica gel and stuff, and it says "do not eat" across it. That just tells me somebody thought they got a free packet of sweets with the shoes once.
Oh, look at this candy. No, it's not candy. I'm surprised that's not on the packaging. Do not eat this. It's not candy too.
Oh my god, Baby Bell now do a Monterey Jack variety.
Ooh.
I'm going down a cheese rabbit hole. Stop me.
Just no cheesy comments.
I'm on
from you,
keto
Mike.
at the moment, so this is something I'm allowed. So
Mhm.
You're allowed to have cheese.
I can have cheese. Yep, I can have
Yeah.
as much cheese as I want.
Well, there is. I've done keto before, and I thought that, but dairy products have got, there's sugar.
There's
in dairy.
sugars in there. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't have. So it's non-processed cheese, like real cheese, is fine. That I have a keto. You have a carb allowance of 30 to 40 grams of carbs a day. I don't use that by having one slice of toast like some people do. I just don't use it on anything carb heavy. So that lets me use sauces. It lets me negate when it's got like 0.5 grams in, stuff like that. So yeah, it's good. It costs a fortune though. It costs a fortune. I'm at the moment I'm doing cheap keto where I'm opening cans of pork going 97% pork. It should be fine. So yeah.
I know
It's
a really cool site for buying exotic meats that are great for that diet.
At exotic prices, though, Alan, you're
Not
talking
really.
about a man who picks up the tray of 20
Not really.
legs.
Yeah, you can buy bulk meats from this company, but they also do exotic meats which are quite high in protein, which you don't normally find in our supermarkets. So because you're trying to get as much out of your protein and stuff, it's a good site. So it's a UK company. It's called Kenzie Foods. So
Right.
Kezie Foods. Check them out. Honestly, check out their exotic meat. So I highly recommend it. I used them for years when I was doing that diet, and I still buy stuff from them. They sell normal stuff as well, beef and pork and stuff, but you can also buy crocodile, kangaroo, ostrich, yeah, all that
Elk,
kind of stuff.
Moose, bear.
Yeah.
Elk meat, buffalo, goat meat, kangaroo, mouflon, ostrich, other alternatives, veal, African antelope, wild boar meat, and zebra meat.
Yep.
Mm.
The zebra and the horse
meat.
I don't. To be honest, I didn't like it.
I used to love finless lasagnas. So the alternatives pictures is escargot. So I'll give that a pass.
Yeah. Giving them a bit of a free publicity there. There they go. They can have a plug. Please send me something for free if you see
to the
this.
millions of viewers at the moment. Is that?
Yeah.
I've had goat meat. Well, I've not had it on its own. I've had a goat meat curry.
Yeah, goat curry is fantastic. Curried goat is the proper way of saying it.
You need some kind of strong flavor to cover up the goat flavor.
I've always felt goat's a little bit like goat's one of the only animals that kind of taste the way it smells. It's like I think it does anyway. I like it though. I mean, I don't mind it. It's like cheese as well, like feta cheese. It kind of smells a bit sheepy.
Don't be sheepish about your descriptions now. Beat you to it, CR.
Better than dried Parmesan that smells suspiciously like vomit.
Yeah, but hey, that site they do food hampers, like meat hampers.
I'm looking at the Kezie beef collection at the moment.
Yeah, great cuts.
2 sirloin, 2 ribeye, 2 wagyu beef quarter pounders, 2 wagyu beef spicy sausages, and a pack of diced wagyu beef.
diced. That's because they didn't use the good steak parts and they had to make it smaller pieces, so you can't
AKA
tell.
the shit cuts, yeah.
Yeah,
The problem is, when I was on the keto diet, I got bored of just eating nothing but steak and basically fry up. I got bored of it.
The thing is, keto, you need your fats. And people say, oh, have healthy fats. Eat avocados. Can't stand avocado. Can't eat avocados.
You need meat fat.
So I the best thing about keto is I can buy the cheaper chicken that's still got its skin on, that's still got the bone in, because I'll make a bone broth and I'll eat the skin and I eat the fat and stuff like that. I don't need this perfect fillet with all the fat trimmed off. So that's the good thing about it. Now I'm hungry.
I have to go freezer shopping later this evening so I can pack up for my 4-day trip out to my cabin and make sure I have all the good meats with me.
All the good meats. All the good goat.
Yeah, now CR get hungry.
Now CR is always hungry.
Yeah.
As he walks into the kitchen. Yes. CR walks into the kitchen.
Let's see. I need to see this. There we go. See, this is what I don't trust. Pork sausages, 75% pork on that site.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, because it's a sausage.
I know,
That's
but
good
you can get hex sausages are 97% pork.
Yeah, but it's not a sausage.
Yeah, what's the other 3%?
Just like, emulsifiers to make it goop together and seasoning.
Yummy.
The other 25% in this one's on the site, Alan said, is water, vegetable flakes, rice flour, salt, spices, stabilizer, E450, sugar, preservatives, E221, yeast extract, herb, antioxidant, and natural flavorings. Do you know what? I just buy a sausage maker and throw some real meat in it.
What is E? I don't even know what that is.
It's just excellent. That's what that means.
Yeah, that's like the word natural flavorings. Natural from what?
Yeah.
The dirt?
Gluten free.
I've got to admit, when I did the keto, I avoided sausages like that because there's not enough meat in sausages. That's why it's a sausage. But
well, I mean, I if I go and get the butcher's ones, you'd see. You can tell how much meat's in a sausage with how terribly it holds together. If you cut a sausage in half and it's a perfect round and it stays together, it probably is not 100% meat or anywhere close. If you cut it and it's like starting to fall apart, it's proper meat. Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Good.
Can we stop talking about food? It's genuinely making me hungry.
And CR went to the kitchen. He's like, I'll be right back. He's like, I'm hungry.
The other good thing with keto is, I don't know if it's the same in the States, but for some reason here in the UK, the mince meat, the diced beef and stuff like that is doubled the price if you get the low, like 5% fat one. The cheapest one is 20 or 25% fat.
Because people think it's healthy, but it's actually the opposite.
Yeah.
you need fat. Your brain is fat, and you need salt for the electrical energy going on in your body.
Lidl do grass-fed
flavor. Fat is flavor.
Lidl do
go on a low fat, low salt
fat
diet and wonder why you're dumb.
Yeah. 20% grass-fed British beef out of Lidl. It's fantastic.
Yeah, that's where I get it from. Yeah, I've got a little around the corner.
Like a 5 or something.
Wait, it's only 20% grass-fed. What do they eat for the other 80%?
No, it's 20% fat, but the whole animal is grass-fed.
Like 20% grass-fed. All right.
80% steroids.
they hang out behind a Chinese restaurant and eat out of the dumpster for the rest of the time.
The rest of the cow looks like the tree we were talking about earlier, where it's like half pork and half something else.
Yeah, it's got a pig coming out of its ribcage. What speciality meat this? Oh, this is man bear pig. There we go.
Man bear pig, yeah, it's a turducken. Yeah.
There you go. Red Prepper 666. Low fat mince tastes like shit. It's just dry. It's just so dry, man. No matter what you put it in. Yeah, it's horrible. Yeah,
that's where the flavor. I mean, original. I was looking up the proper recipe for a bolognese once, and it was talking about adding pork belly fat to it to make a proper ragu. Yeah, it's not just all. We're just used to adding nothing but like lean lean beef. And you're like, well, no,
Oh,
that's
no.
that's not how you do it. You know,
My sauce is usually 50-50 ground. I mean, I get whole pork loins, I grind it. I get whole beef, whatever, and I grind that, and it's 50-50 beef and pork, and then my
Nice.
tomatoes and everything else in there. So that's it's a really good flavor. I mean,
Funnily enough,
my Italian neighbor would throw her red sauce. They called it red gravy. It was tomato sauce, but she would literally throw in whole pork chops. She'd brown them, throw a pork chop in there, bone and all, and sausages and whatever. And that was red gravy. And yeah, that went on your pasta, but you had chunks of meat that were cooked in the sauce for hours. It just fell apart.
Nice.
It was so good.
Nice. The missus doesn't like bolognese with beef, but I made a spag bol and I just used pork mince instead, not 50-50, but just fully pork. She loved it.
Yeah, you can do. I do it with chicken. You can do. I've done ground chicken, ground turkey. You know, for the wife, she likes it super lean. I'm like, whatever. So I'll do the turkey. Still, you can't even tell once all the tomatoes and all your seasonings are on there and the garlic and that. You can't tell it wasn't beef.
I tell you what I like. I like when you're in like the supermarket or in the butcher's or whatever, and people are picking the steak that has no fat running through it at all.
Right.
And that they're picking them out. And I'll go to the, like the reduced bit in the supermarket when they label it all down. And people are like, oh, that's got a bit of a weird color. Oh, that's got loads of fat through it. I found the perfect marbled steak there, reduced down, that everyone had bypassed because it looked too fatty. I was like, you're insane. This is going to be the best steak ever.
That site I'm telling you about, they do it's like Japanese marbled steak, you know, that wagyu. Whatever it's called.
Yeah.
It's on there. They sell it, and it's quite good.
Well, it's 50% fat, 50% meat.
Yeah,
that's really good. Yeah.
That's it. We're still talking about food.
Yeah. How'd we get there?
You see, I get hungrier and hungrier.
I got TikTok suckered in as well, by the way, on this same subject. I had to try something. Cut Extreme.
What is that?
So that's why I got it, to see what it was, because I used to sell supplements, right? But it turns out it's the same as the fat burners I used to sell. And mostly the bulk of the ingredient is green tea extract, which is really good for you. But I can't stand green tea, so they'll work. It's got biotin and all sorts of random little bits in, but it's I
like green tea.
I can't drink it.
Yeah,
I genuinely can't drink it.
the green tea. I quite like it.
No, I can't do it. I can't any flavored tea. I can only do Earl Grey with no milk or English breakfast tea with milk. That's the lot. That's the extent of my tea. So all these fruit ones are just no. I need to try nettle tea because I'm, I need to try it because it would be in abundance if I do like it, but apparently it's horrendous anyway.
Yeah, it's not the greatest. You ever tried cabbage water?
Yeah, I don't mind cabbage.
You need to get some lemon balm or something growing around your house there and throw a couple lemon balm leaves in there, give it that lemony flavor.
I'll have to experiment. There'll be lots of me going.
Yeah. Just take a leaf and stick it in your mouth and chew on it for a second. Be like, yeah, I can do tea with this, but it needs something else.
I love fresh spinach, like not boiled, not cooked, not out of a can, like fresh spinach leaves. Love it. I can eat it by the fistful. And I had some on my plate, like my keto meal, and the little one came up, but I'd covered it. My entire meal was covered in hot sauce, just because I like really hot sauce. And she tried a leaf and she went, ran over to find a drink, came back 4 times to try it again.
Hot sauce will do that to you. It hurts, but it's good. I used to add my kids didn't know it growing up. Yeah, we're way off topic again.
Yeah,
but my wife would make them the Kraft macaroni and cheese out of the box.
Yeah,
and we always added. She would add like a couple slices of American cheese just to cheese it up, and they knew that. What they didn't know is we threw in like 3 or 4 drops of Frank's hot sauce. You couldn't taste it. Didn't make it spicy. It just opened up the taste buds a little bit. And for years they had no idea until they're in college, and they're like, "Why can't we make your Kraft mac and cheese?" My wife's like, "You don't want to know what I put in it." They're like, "What'd you put in it?" She's like, "Hot sauce, Frank's." They're like, no. They're like, yeah. So she went out and bought hot sauce, put a couple drops in there. Her whole college dorm was doing the same thing in about a week.
Nice. I love Frank's. I get Frank's sauce all the time because that's what goes on my eggs.
Yeah. Oh, Frank's is great. It's sweet. You can about drink the stuff, and a bottle of lemon juice.
I
I
just
used to
found
with chicken wings.
new sauce in the UK. If anyone doesn't know, do you know Brewdog, the craft beer company? They now do sauces and stuff, but I got their hot sauce. It's absolutely amazing.
I need to check
Made
that
with
out.
fermented beer.
I've put most of their kids through college. I think that's occasionally when you see me
It's-
having a beer
it's
on here,
beer.
that's what I'm drinking. Brewdog.
The Brewdog, yeah. Well, they're literally there's a shelf in Sainsbury's now, and it's about 7 or 8 different sauces. I got the buffalo wing sauce. It's a lot hotter than the cheapo buffalo wing sauce, but it's really nice. And on keto, the hotter the sauce, usually the less sugar that's in it.
Yeah, and we're still on food.
Yeah.
But to be clear, so Mike is part of the zero waste challenge. He buys the bottle of Frank's hot sauce, and not a drop goes to waste.
Nope. Well, it does go to waste, but once it's passed through me.
Well, that's different kind of waste. You can recycle that waste if you want to.
I've got a thing for plum sauce on rice at the moment. That sounds overly sweet for rice. Tactical
sounds like-
nuclear penguin beer for the win.
Gross.
Tactical nuclear penguin beer. What the?
That's it. Do you know when Brewdog first came out, they released a beer, and that was it. Tactical Nuclear Penguin. It was the strongest beer in the world. I think it's 40%, and they served it to you in a bottle that was wrapped in the skin of a squirrel or a stoat.
Nice.
True story. Because the original pub in Edinburgh is where you used to get it, and we went in there and we got a little glass of it. It's truly revolting.
32%.
Have you seen the bottle?
Wow.
Take a look at the bottle. Go to your images.
It's a stout. It's a
Yep.
stout. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, the bottle on here is just a black pattern design.
Oh, that's terrible. Take a look at the original ones, because it used to cost about 150 quid to buy a bottle of this stuff, but they gave you a cool bottle. Or you could go into
No.
the pub like I did and get a little shot of it.
Yeah, for 80 quid.
It was expensive, yeah, it was expensive, but it was because they marketed it as the strongest beer in the world. Everybody wanted to try it.
Why, CR, how can you be hungry? You just went to the kitchen. I guess your kitchen is empty. You better start stocking up on some food supplies.
You think you should prep a bit more?
Yeah, you might want to start prepping a little bit other than buttons and wax from your cheese.
Does anyone brew their own? I think I
used to.
I keep thinking that might be a prepping skill to have in SHTF. I think a beer would be nice 6 months in. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, you just need the vessel to do it in and the ingredients and the stove and
yeah.
Well,
I made lots of fun beer back in the day. We made a Kahlua beer. It was beer. It was just a lager mix that we bought at the store, and we added I think it was 6 liters. There was a 6 liter kit, and we added like a cup of instant coffee to it. You would get drunk and be wide awake at the same time.
Oh,
It was great.
That's like when they launched Red Square over here, which was an alcoholic, basically an alcoholic Red Bull drink when Red Bull was only just starting. And you'd drink all night and you wonder why you couldn't go to sleep. You'd be wired.
Yeah, you used
I
to be able to buy
made
the
my
kits.
own beer once, and that was quite successful, actually.
Yeah, if you mess it up, the bottles explode. Because you can properly screw it up.
Yeah, well, a little too much. The fermenting was you didn't let it finish. It was still making CO2 and blow the caps off it.
I was going to say I made a whole batch of this beer years and years ago. Same flat I was talking about earlier. Actually, I was at a friend's barbecue, and I took it there, and we were talking about how we put it there because it comes in like a big container, and you add all the sugar and that kind of stuff. What I didn't realize, it was a terrible beer. It was the most disgusting tasting beer ever. And they were saying, well, where have you went wrong with the brewing? Something's went wrong here, and we figured out it's like you're supposed to use quite good distilled water in order.
Yeah,
to
not
make
tap water with all the chlorine in it.
Yeah,
Or-
they're like, did you use tap water? I was like, well, yeah. And they're like, where did you get the tap water? I was like, well, out the tap, obviously, but I can't reach the tap, so I just use the shower. It's like everybody at the barbecue is like, are we drinking shower water beer? I was like, well, it's just out the same tap, so it makes no difference. You know, I just undid the head of the shower and filled up the bucket that way, but I didn't realize, you know, the chlorine and stuff it can affect the brewing of the beer.
And there's
Okay, now I'm
easier
back.
stuff, isn't there?
I was
Like
eating.
is it mead that you can make quite easily? It's like fermenting with honey and stuff.
Yeah, mead is basically honey beer.
Yeah, very low
Yeah.
alcohol though. Very low alcohol.
I mean, it's 6 months. Not after 6 months of not having a drink in SHTF, you know.
Oh, mead will be your thing if you can
tip me over the edge.
if you can find honey and some yeast. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
You can make slow gin from juniper berries and things like that as well, and really easy to find them.
You have to add gin, right?
For slow
No.
gin, yeah.
Yeah.
For slow gin, I
slow
think
gin,
you
yeah.
will.
Yeah.
But you can make gin also. I think
Yeah, out
Gin?
of juniper berries.
from juniper berries, but it's a bit more to it than just making the slow gin version.
Coming soon, UK Urban Prepper alcohol.
Info. Good to
Shower water.
drink at your own risk. It's just
Get your
Mike's
shower-
bottled bathwater.
Get your shower water beer here.
Get your shower water beer here. First come, first serve.
I actually remember when I was telling people at the barbecue I used the shower water, they're like, were you in the shower at the time you were making the beer? Because it tastes really terrible. I was like,
I just put it on the bottom of the tub while I was showering because I didn't want to waste that much water.
yeah.
Oh,
Why is
can you,
there
can
a
you taste
curly
that
hair
body?
in my beer?
has a little pecan flavor of lava soap in there.
Mm.
Yeah. Wine is easier
Taste
to
the
make, I
soap.
think. I think wine is easier to make than beer. You know. Then you can buy the kits on Amazon. You can buy the whole wine brewing kit, Demi Johns and all. Very
Is that
easy to make.
it's there's no heating in that, is there?
No,
No.
just crush your berries, strain them out through a fine mesh screen or whatever, not a screen, but like a bag, and put it in your bottle. Add your yeast, put your stopper on there. Just make sure everything's clean, and yeah, that's it. Let her go. Put the little bubbler cap on there so air doesn't get in, but the CO2 can escape. Let it go and bottle it up.
Nice. There you go. We'll just be after the apocalypse, Alan. We're gonna have waxed cheese and lots of red wine. We're turning French. That's what the apocalypse is. We turn French.
With a side of shower water beer.
Yeah, I'll pass.
That's not going to get old now. I'm going to remember that one for a long time.
Stay tuned for.
I still drunk it. I didn't
Of course you
care.
did. You made it. You're like, I made it. I'm drinking. It's got alcohol. I don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
After
Zero
the
waste.
After
I don't
the
wanna
third
waste it.
one, you couldn't taste it anyway. It didn't even
Zero
matter
waste.
anymore.
Red wine would be good to do because that still matures in the bottle, doesn't it? So it would last.
Not really in a bottle as much. It does more if you have it in like an oak cask,
Oh yeah,
or
I
you have
mean,
strips of oak dropped into the thing when you're fermenting it. That helps.
Yeah.
more to the fact it won't go bad within 12 months.
When
if
you-
it's
when-
bottled up,
right.
you know.
When you buy it as a kit, it comes in a can. The wine, and I remember you have to heat the can a little bit just to loosen it up, and then you pour it in that way. Because I remember as well, I made a beer, a stout, and it was kind of like a treacle almost, and you had to heat the can up.
Oh
until
yeah, it comes in like one of those metal oil cans from like
Yeah,
Foster's Lager. Yeah, that's the kits we used to get.
Yeah.
Yep, pour that in there. Beer, you had to heat it up and boil it and do stuff to it, and then you let it cool, and then you add your water, yeast things
Yep.
at temperatures, and let her sit for a week or two, and you got your beer.
Scoop says at Mike the Bartertown Tavern. There you go. That's it. I think this is problem with my type of personality. It's like I get an idea and I'm like, right. So the garden's now going to be half finished, and I'm there going to be brewing in my garden.
I tell you, they make alcohol in prison cells. It's called toilet wine. You know,
I mean, I can't imagine it tastes great.
I bet it does the trick. You know, I bet.
Yeah, well, it depends what you're doing alcohol for, right? I mean, I've never drunk in my life for the objective of being drunk.
Or blind.
Or blind or anything like that. The objective when I drink is purely a social aspect. It's never been I need to drink as much as I can.
To enjoy the flavour. Toilet wine or shower wine, probably not your bag then.
Yeah, whereas
that's the level I'm at.
my brother was the opposite of me, and before he'd go on a night out, he'd neck a quarter bottle of like the cheapest paint stripper vodka ever, just so it was cheaper for him on the night out because he'd already necked a half a bottle of vodka. That's not how I want to do my night.
Alrighty.
Hooch out of orange juice, says Grumpy Adventures. Oh, cider must be an easy one to make, right?
Yeah.
Lots of apples.
Lots of apples, skins. And
it won't taste like the chemical cider that I can't stand.
No, just throw it in your thing and it'll automatically, I mean, just the natural yeast on the apple skins will ferment. Just don't wash them off with a heavy detergent, so to speak.
The best ciders in the world are British. You know, we apparently have some of the best apple crops in the world. I don't actually like cider, so I don't drink it, but
I can't stand like Strongbow and the commercial ciders like that. But I had a bottle of the proper Scrumpy where you could see the sediment at the bottom and stuff like that. It was real apple cider. That was really nice. Yeah, that was really nice. Yeah,
real good apple cider. Not a store, vineyard, not a vineyard, orchard that I go to. They make pear cider because they have a pear orchard and they have pear juice and pear cider, which is kind of weird, but because pears have that gritty, grainy type texture to it.
Yeah,
and the cider is the same way. It's like, all right, tastes good. I guess you could probably ferment it and make some kind of a pear hard pear cider.
In SHTF, you can make yeast from raisin or potatoes.
Yeah, raisins. Not raisins.
Nice.
Yeah.
These are the little nuggets of knowledge that you need to get hold of.
Yeah. How do you extract it though? How do you get the yeast from it? That's not something I know either.
Well, like potatoes,
I have no idea.
You just boil them and leave them in the water.
Right.
And it'll grow. It gets its own yeast. It's a different yeast. I don't know if I would try it. I mean, I guess you could try it to make bread, but pretty much yeast in general is all in the same genus. So you can make alcohol with bread yeast. Just doesn't taste that good. But you can make bread with wine yeast, special yeast for beer and wine. You can make bread out of that. It'll ferment and do the same things bread do, just has a different flavor to it.
Could be a little woodland experiment. I've got the little sachets of yeast that I make breads with when I'm out and about. It's just a little box that comes in little sachets, and they're really handy. But I've never tried to make anything other than bread with them. So maybe
throw some in, pick up some local apple cider and sprinkle a little yeast in there and leave the cap loose and shake it up every now and then and just let it sit there and bubble.
So also, I mean, it's a bit of a gap in my knowledge because there's maybe 4 or 5 breads that I like to make, and I think 3 of them need yeast, 2 of them don't, but at least 3 of them need yeast. And I say, well, I add this little sachet of yeast, but if I didn't have those sachets, where am I getting it? You know, so I mean, that's
making it in the wild on the go when you need it, maybe not going to happen.
Yeah, may have to use the
baking soda
methods
or baking powder, or just make flatbread matzah and call it a day.
Yeah, that's
no yeast, flour, water, salt. Throw it on a skillet. There you go. There's your bread.
Yep.
Here's a question that puts this on topic. It's obviously it's quite a dear do if you're getting all the demi joins and stuff like that to begin with. After that, do the ingredients cost a lot less than buying wine and buying beers and stuff? Do you think?
I'm sorry, for what?
Like for the all the buckets and crap.
You know, see when I did it, because I got into a little bit of a phase of doing it, and you buy all of this is when Wilco's was still open. You know the shop I'm talking about. You used to be able to go in there and buy like the beer bottles and the wine bottles empty, and you could buy the capper and all that kind of stuff, and you could buy the corks, you could buy the whole shebang, and I got the whole thing, but see, by the time you do all that, you're far cheaper just buying beer out of a supermarket. Far cheaper.
I imagine, what I'm saying is I imagine that the first time round, but then to do it again using the same equipment, is it going to be...
Yeah, why would it be more expensive? You already bought all the base equipment, the bottles, depends if you get them back, the caps you have to buy, if you're going to do that, or you're just going to drink it out of the keg you made it in and call it a day.
Yeah, I mean, you use a lot of sugar. I realized that when you make your own sort of beer and wine, you use a lot of sugar, like bags of stuff.
Yeah.
And then it takes a time. There's a time period as well. It has to be relatively. I did it in an airing cupboard, but it was relatively climate controlled. It was quite good. But so a bit of an energy cost as well. But you'd maybe break even. I don't know, but it's not. I wasn't really doing it to try and save some money. I was just doing it as a.
That's why they call it a hobby, not a business.
That's a hobby. Yeah, I never got the bottles back. I used to always say, "Give me back the bottles," because the ones I had the metal thing, the cork with the plastic that you could seal them.
Like the Grolsch bottles.
Reusable. Yeah,
Grolsch bottles. Yeah.
It was so hard at the end of the night when everybody's half drunk on shower water, trying to collect these bottles up so I could recycle them. I ended up just buying more.
Half drunk on shower water. Oh dear.
Nope, CR's out. Wait.
Yeah.
Is he out? Yeah, he's out.
Yeah. You need to slide out. Probably to eat.
Yeah.
So what else can you salvage, save, and reuse, repurpose, and
I mean, I don't know if it's salvaging or saving, but I came across a channel the other day, and I've always thought it's not cost effective, but it seems to be getting that way now, of scavenging the gold out of older tech, older phones and stuff like that. And
that's an expensive process. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it used to be a case of the juice wasn't worth the squeeze, but I think the price of gold now, is it?
Yeah, there's not that much gold in an iPhone or any phone. There's gold in there. There's silver. There's other metals, but you need all the special chemicals to precipitate out the different metals and try to salvage that. So
yeah,
there is that.
I remember hearing a thing once that said in the future people will mine our landfills.
For phones and electronics. Yeah,
it will be a valuable resource to mine a landfill in the not too distant future, probably. But I think I'd imagine sort of like staying on the subject of what we're talking about. See if you understand the baseline of what you consume, just day to day. Not a lot of people know that. Not a lot of people know what their actual baseline of consumption is. Because everybody knows it's like, well, you need 2,500 calories, and you need this, and you need that, and they're just taking a metric that they've read somewhere about what the average person needs. But what do you actually? What is your actual calorie count right now?
Yeah, like the liters of water you need every single day to survive. And people are talking about, I mean, I don't drink that in peace times, never mind.
It's nonsense. I mean, the general rule of thumb is people generally say that you need between 2 to 3 liters per day per person, which covers sort of drinking, cooking, and hygiene. That's pretty wasteful. I mean, 3 liters is actually quite a lot of water if you're not having a bath. And I don't generally drink a lot of water. I drink a lot of tea, which has got water in it, I suppose, but you don't need as much as you actually need.
Yeah, so most of your vegetables and food have some kind of water content in them.
Yeah,
I mean, they make it sound like we're all hiking. We're going to be stranded in the desert in the blazing sun. You need 3 liters of water a day. No, you probably need more like 10, but yeah, I get it. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, I never drank 3 liters of water a day.
No, it's like Alan says. If people Google this is why these AI channels are pissing me off, because survival tips from ChatGPT. It's like no.
Yeah, you need 8 glasses of this or something, or you will die after 3 days if you don't drink, and all that's nonsense. You know, but I mean, you could run your own baseline test just for do an audit of yourself, like over 3 days, 72 hours, and measure how much water do I actually use, how many calories do I actually eat, you know, how much power do I actually use, and if you can work that over like a 3-day period, gives you a baseline then of where you're at.
If you're
personally.
if you're going to the gym every day for 4 hours, yeah, you're going to need water. You're going to be sweating it out.
Yeah.
But if you're just trying to stay low and out of the way, you're not exercising a lot, you're not going to be burning the calories, and or the water is not going to evaporate as quick. You're not going to burn it out, pee it
if
out.
you're just a survivalist on your sofa, then you know.
Yeah. There you go.
Just chilling.
I got freeze dried water. I'm good.
Right. It's the same. I think it's the same with food and stuff like that. It's like the calorie markers and everything. It's all base. It's a lot of crap. It's a lot of crap. If all 4 of us here, different heights, different body masses, different body types, there's no way we all need exactly the same amount of calories. Different lifestyles, the lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now they just do the general average. You know, the people who need 20 liters a day, and the person who's you know the short person that only weighs 80 pounds, that only needs maybe a half a liter a day, because their body mass is so small. But they just average it all together and say, 3 sounds good.
Yeah. I'm following this calorie control diet. I'm only having 1,400 calories a day. I know, but you're 3'6". That's why you're not losing weight.
And you sit on a sofa and watch videos all day long.
Yeah. This woman on YouTube that was on a Stairmaster told me I'd lose weight if I had this many calories. It's nice.
It's the calories in, calories out. I mean, that's no diet it doesn't matter what diet you're on. If you can literally consume less calories than you burn, then eventually you lose weight. That's just physics.
It's the law of thermodynamics. Yeah, it's just simple as that.
Yeah.
But if imagine like a lockdown scenario, we're not saying it is a lockdown, but if it was SHTF and we've got all our stuff prepped and hoarded and we want to bug in for 30 days, you ain't going to be doing all that much activity. If you're necking 2,500 calories every single day for 30 days doing nothing, you're going to come out the other side of the apocalypse and struggle to get out your front door. So,
and plus, really, I mean, if you know your genuine baseline, as in your baseline of how many calories do I burn doing what I need to do day to day to survive, you want to try and keep your calorific intake as close to that baseline as possible, because if you're even just a few calories below it, you're slowly starving to death. You know, you're not on a diet, you're just dying because it's SHTF. But if you're above that, you're just wasting calories. You know, because you're putting weight on then slowly. So you want to be as close to the baseline as possible, but you need to know the baseline. And it definitely will be different based on the activity and what you're doing. Even if there was 2 people in the household, same age, same build, but one was doing all the work and the other one was just chilling. Yeah, one's burning calories, one isn't.
Yeah. It's just...
Well, I think it's time to wrap things up now, guys.
Yep.
No.
Sounds like a plan. No, we're talking. You can stay on. I still got to cut the grass here before the wife gets home, because I'm leaving tomorrow. And it's 6 p.m. and still got sunlight, so I'm good.
Yeah, it's midnight in Sweden, isn't it? Is it midnight there, Shadow?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it is.
He's going to sleep in the morning. He'll be up at 6 instead of 4.
So it's not the end of Saturday's live stream. Welcome to Sunday's live stream. We are just beginning.
Yeah.
I need my beauty sleep.
Right. I'll jump off and let you all say your goodbyes and stuff like that. So it's been a pleasure, gentlemen, and I'll speak to you all soon.
Yeah,
Thanks,
catch you later, Mike, and I'll jump off as well.
Thank you,
so
Mike, for stopping
thanks.
by. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on, Shadow. It was that was fun.
And you too, Alan. Always nice to have you.
Thanks for using my idea. I appreciate it. That's why I've been here the entire. Last week I missed the whole thing. I was like, holidays, bugging out.
Yeah, I know.
Thing. Did you have anybody on last week? I think you cut it short, didn't you?
Yeah, 3 hours, because I had to drive my missus to the church for the Mass, Easter
midnight
Mass.
Yeah. Oh, Easter Mass. That's right. It was Easter weekend.
Yeah,
All right. Well, thank you again, and I'll catch you next week.
will do.
All right. Have a good night.
Good night. Okay, guys, take care. Stay safe. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. And I will see you next week, same time, same channel. And don't forget, be part of the solution, not the problem. Stay safe. Take care. God bless. And we are out.